Good morning, everyone. Logging from India, and this is ninth day, which is last day of this session, World Leaders Summit 2021. We started on 5th, and for the last couple of days, we had super cool, amazing speakers. The number of speakers actually exists, like around 105 in last 4 days. And today we will be having more speakers, more change makers who are doing massive work into their own domain and their own vertical. So without taking much time, let me introduce our first speaker of the day, Mr. Nicholas. Nicholas, how are you doing? Welcome to World Leaders Summit 2021.
Hey, hello from New York. Doing well, thank you.
So Nicholas, the stage is yours. Please enlighten us with your knowledge and your wisdom.
All right, thank you. Thanks a lot. Well, I'm going to talk about artificial intelligence applied to wine and premium foods in general, so stay put. And before I do that, I'm going to introduce myself a little bit. So I'm a repeat founder, mostly in e-commerce consumer internet companies. So I built a travel portal for ski vacations, which was called Ski Horizon, which was between 2000 and 2012, the leading e-commerce platform for booking your ski holidays with close to $100 million revenue and 300,000 customers. I've also done apps around data science, and particularly an app it's called Recommend, which was something to recommend all the best products and services to your friends. Everything between review systems and the social experience. So basically word of mouth online. So I studied a lot, everything about recommendation engines, and which is something which is still a kind of unsolved problem on the internet, to find all the recommendations from your friends. And it was my first time really diving into creating a consumer app with around data science, basically. So after that, I started Palette Club. So Palette is P-A-L-A-T-E Club. It's an app, but also a website, which is there to solve all sorts of problems in the purchase of wine, and which is designed to be a platform, a marketplace, created around your taste for all premium foods and beverages. So think cheese, chocolate, whiskey, tea, coffee, you name it. And everything around taste is quite large. It can also concern perfumes. So since my topic is a little bit how you do consumer brands, digital consumer brands with enabled technology, I'm going to dive a little bit more into why Palette Club and how we apply new technologies, and particularly data science around taste, since we're quite unique in doing that. So the first things first, when you start a company like that, it's all about finding the problem. And it was my own problem, since I'm quite knowledgeable about wine. I'm from France, but that's not the only reason. I had a passion for wine for a very long time. When I moved to the US, that was 6 years ago, moved to San Francisco. I've been in San Francisco the past 6 years. I was really kind of overwhelmed by the shelf, and not only the bad value, which was usually the same type of products all the time, and which goes through a lot of middlemen with a lot of margins and then pushed to you, while nobody really knows your taste. And in general, people don't know their own taste. And I knew my taste with French wines, but I didn't know all the wines in the world. So I literally felt a little bit stupid in front of all the overwhelming offer. Just to give you a little bit of background and idea of the wine market, it's a $360 billion market worldwide. So, and it's the most fragmented of the big consumer markets. So basically the largest players in wine are like 1% of the market, and you have 100,000 wineries. And just to give you a little bit of scope, it's linked to human history. It's a very old market, obviously, and it's still working in a little bit the same way, even though the quality gets higher and you have a lot of things which are happening in the wine market, but there are more and more people drinking wine. It's actually growing about 6% a year, particularly in Asia, which doesn't produce that much wine yet. And it's particularly hard and takes a long time to produce good bottles. This is why it becomes harder and harder to find actually also the right product and the right value. And the scope of wine is not only wine. Obviously, there is a lot of food pairing, and wine, people consume wine, consume it in different ways. This is why the approach of trying to find the right wine for you is very complicated. There are a lot of apps, some of which you might know, which try to solve that problem. But in most cases, they are using data from other people who don't have the same taste as you, while actually taste is very personal. So think of something like music or other things, and it's a complicated process, which is still not so clear how the taste evolves over time. So I dived into all my experience with mathematicians and wine experts to see if we could build a model to solve the problem of knowing your taste and matching the right wine. Again, consider the wine market as literally 1 million new labels every year produced by 100,000 wineries. There are more than hundreds and hundreds of grapes and terroirs. And so that there's like such a vast majority, such a diversity of tastes in the world, that it's really hard to understand, even if you are a professional or a sommelier, to understand all the scope of your taste. So we built a mathematical model which has 200 traits and descriptors on taste and wine, and we built a complete customer feedback loop to solve that problem. So the problem we're solving is basically getting the right bottle to you from all around the world and getting the right type of wine in the diversity and understanding your taste at the same time. So I'm going to share a few slides just to explain. I don't want to be boring with a lot of slides, but so you understand what I mean exactly. So here is a little bit the problem, right? So you have, particularly in the US, supply chain issues. I might not dive too long there, but you have a lot of labels. You have also lack of consumer knowledge. Actually, it's calculated, there is a wine education index worldwide. It's actually going down. So people drinking wine, particularly millennials today, have less knowledge about what they're drinking. There's also another paradox of wine. It's very regulated because it's alcohol, with shipping a little bit everywhere in the world, and particularly in the US. But there's usually very few things about what is in the bottle, right? There's the alcohol level, and that's basically it. And all the bottles have a little bit sulfites. And at the same time, consumers are very concerned about their health and what they're drinking. And so just to give you an idea, a very good wine doesn't need necessarily to have additives. It's actually a very natural product. The best wines are usually with the best winemakers. They also cost, they're more expensive, but they don't need so much stuff. But at the same time, 73 additives are authorized in the US, as well as more than 40 in Europe. So winemakers, and particularly cheap wine, just to cover the bad quality of the wine, add a lot of bad stuff. So you can have very good stuff and very good wine, and you can have also bad stuff. So these are all like problems the wine consumers facing about choosing bottles. So we built an app solving all that at the same time. At the core of the system is curation. So curation is really about our taste matching engine. And we use blind tasting, I will explain how, to actually get the truth of the taste of everyone. So it's an innovative application of data science. So it's a basically machine learning model. And the way it works is professional sommeliers select specific good bottles for their value, and then taste them and enter into our backend about 30 traits per bottle. So it's a very precise model. We cover the bottles by light tissue and a secret bottle number, and then we ship them to customers. And usually customers start with a tasting kit of 4 bottles, 4 half bottles. So the process is a little bit faster and leaner. It's a very fun experience because you rate wines in blind tasting without knowing them. So, and we just ask to rate them from 1 to 5. And with 4 bottles, the mathematics of it basically give us enough data. And thanks to the dozens of thousands of ratings we have on the side, and thanks to the cluster logic of data, we put you on the map. And not only do we claim that, we show it to the customers. So people get their profile with 7 main traits and usually way more secondary traits as they go, but also the best typical wine matches in the world. And we also share the taste cluster, which is, we defined the world in 10 red clusters and 10 white, and we didn't invent those, they come out of the data actually. And then the magic happens is basically, that's more on the business side. You can let the AI, on a subscription base, you just define your parameters of price point, of frequency, of number of bottles, and the system picks up the right bottles for you with a satisfaction guarantee. And so I'm proud to say today that the technology works, because we can measure the difference between when we don't know anything about your taste, where we have an average rating of 3.2, for instance, and once we know your taste, at least part of it, and the bottles chosen by the AI shipped to you, then the ratings from the customers, which are also in blind taste mode, because we cover the labels of all the wines so that you can continue to rate and the system continues to learn, it goes up to 4.1. So customer satisfaction basically goes up. And moreover, the customers, our wine customers, they learn at the same time about their taste, about the wines. Of course, we reveal everything about the wines, and you can also put the cover away and see what it is. But we are as far as possible to the truth, thanks to the blind tasting, and at the same time, it's educational, and at the same time, it does the job of delivering a better value, a better bottle to the customers. So I'm going to show last slide here, because I don't want to stay too long on slides, but just a few screenshots of how it looks like. So here in the center of the screen, the larger one, you can see a profile. So a profile is a combination of taste, right? So we show you sensitivity to different main wine traits. Here on the side, you can see a very nice feature, which we are, I think, the only company to do this way with that level of data, because we're very precise bottle by bottle in the process I explained before. We show a percentage of match to every bottle to your taste. So, and on the right, you can see, for instance, the fact that you just have to choose parameters for your shipping. You don't have to choose wines anymore. This solves completely the problem, in the sense that you're completely taken care of, as if you had a private sommelier in your pocket, which is assisted with data science to understand your taste and then ship the wines accordingly. So I'm not going to dive too much more into the business model, but it's a pure e-commerce play with obviously a lot of subscriptions. What is interesting in what we do is that unique customer feedback loop. Like, it's literally modern technology applied to something which is old and has not evolved a lot online. If you think about food and beverage in general, people have tasted a few things as compared to everything what exists in the world. So this is also a way to access and discover things you have not necessarily tasted yet. This is a way to be more precise about one of our major senses. And it's also an imperfect science, because in everything taste is so complicated that you can't be perfect. There are a lot of biases. There are a lot of things around which can, affect your moment. And there are also cycles of taste during your life, which depend on a lot of factors, such as DNA, such as what you've been exposed to and type of foods during your childhood, what your lifestyle is, and all these type of things. We've done numerous tastings to show the biases, and there are many around there. So what you can do with that, so this is where it gets more interesting than just wine. Wine is a very interesting topic for people who drink wine, obviously, and a lot of people come to us, including people from the industry, including wine professionals, and say, wow, it's the first time like something like that has been really created very precisely. But what gets interesting is that a lot of our customers and generally the industry would like to apply this to other foods and beverages. So what we aim to do here is to have all those categories I mentioned previously, such as cheese, chocolate, and whiskey and tea and all others, like defined categories where taste is the core and where you have so many different possible tastes, and then not only apply the same model so that you get more discovery and the best products for you, but also apply things like healthiness index, or at least what is with the content and the transparency of the food we eat, or the type of beverage we drink, and then having a bridge between those tastes, which means with data, you can at some point understand that people have a mix of taste, or they're on the map of clusters in certain types of taste. And I would take a very small example here, a very quick example. I like, I like dark chocolate, and I like raspberries a lot. But I don't like when the dessert is chocolate and raspberries combined. And not a lot of people like that. And the reason is not because suddenly you don't like the particular flavors, just the combination of the acidity of the raspberry or the strawberry doesn't mix with the smoothiness or the bitterness of the chocolate, for instance. So, and this is where calculations and a lot of data points come into play. And this is where obviously a data science model and of course, application of consumer internet type of logic with apps, and making it simple and easy for the customer and for the user to understand, and having just a better experience makes sense. So that's basically what I'm building 100% and fully focused right now. So Palette Club is still in the early days. We are 3 years in the making. We're already making revenues with customers. It's growing. Also raising some funds now for the next stage and rolling out basically our e-commerce play. And we are also looking for partners in different geographies in the world where we don't want to operate the e-commerce, to license the technology. So particularly in Asia. So we're talking with people who will use the technology to sell wine this way, and why not other foods and beverages. So yeah, so that's Palette Club. That's what I do after 20 years of different e-commerce and data and apps play. And and this is where I'm focused now for probably many years ahead, and it's a passion, the passion of taste. I would finish this quick presentation to say that even though this is, it's very like up to date to say there is a meaning, a mission of a company. In our case, I think there's two things we can do better for the world. It's like basically bringing a better taste, better people to so that they enjoy more the food and the wine and everything they appreciate every day. And the other aspect is sustainability. I think we can have a role, important role to on the farming, like choosing mostly organic and choosing mostly products which have not been too much processed or which don't have too much bad stuff and additives. And so that's also the mission of our platform, our marketplace. So bringing basically the best foods and beverages to you around your taste and curated. So I guess it's going to be the time for questions. And if you have any, I'm very happy to answer.
100%. So I guess my friends from Mexico and Australia, they'll be more than happy to connect with you before I jump into the question answer. And there is an ambassador of ours who is from Croatia. He is in the same similar kind of vertical and domain. Would love to connect both of you with each other. So we are actually doing a good number of commodity exchange. Rather, there is a huge need in Australia at the moment. So the person who is responsible for this, my partner Marco, he can't turn on somehow his video, but on behalf of him, he is sending me text. If you have a good proposition, kindly write back to us in our email ID. We'll be more than happy to take something forward. Coming back to the question, we have got one question that is from my end. I'll wait for the social media people to comment back. Of course, there is a great need of wine, and that's worldwide, and it actually started long back, and wine have got long back history. A lot of us don't really understand the real difference between a red wine, white wine, pink wine, and yellow wine. Could you please enlighten us with 4 different verticals, how to differentiate, and what is the basic difference, if you can, please?
Sure. Well, red wine is pretty straightforward and easy, can only be made from red grapes because you need the color, and the production process, basically the fermentation process, just means that the skin of the grapes will ferment, will stay during the fermentation, and this is what gives the color. And by the way, this is also the healthy part of wine. All the polyphenols, particularly the resveratrol, and it has been proven scientifically a long time ago already, have antioxidant capacities. I mean, alcohol is bad for you, so don't tell me that I've never said otherwise. So you have to be not drink too much alcohol, but that component is essential for red wine. And so this is also why you have lighter red wines or much darker ones, because it depends on the different grapes which are used. Typically, when you use like very thick skin grapes such as Cabernet, you're going to get like a darker color, or when you lighter skin grapes such as Pinot Noir, you will get usually lighter color. But then again, it depends on the winemaker's choices, who can has all sorts of options during fermentation. So it doesn't necessarily mean that you cannot get a pretty dark wine out of Pinot Noir. Actually, you can if you do specific processes during fermentation. So you can also have white actually from darker grapes, but that means that you don't let the skin during, you just press, and the juice will fly white. Typically, you have champagne made from Pinot Noir, for instance. So it's a red dark grape, and the champagne will be white. But most white wines are made from white grapes, such as the main grape in whites is Chardonnay. But there are many others, such as Riesling and Roussanne and Sauvignon Blanc, of course, main grape in white. And there, the fermentation process usually is not necessarily using the skin, by the way, for very long. Recently, you have orange wine, which is a new type of color. It existed before, but just it has become more trendy. And that process means that you leave the grapes a little bit more, but it's basically white wine, which becomes colored because the skin stays there. For rosé wines, you have different processes to color rosé wine. So there's all sorts basically over the map, whether you mix a little bit of the red grapes, and there's basically at least 2 or 3 major ways to do rosé. And then you have sparkling wines. So sparkling wines, as nothing to do with the color, even though there is not much red sparkling. I mean, it exists, but it's kind of very marginal. So it's mainly whites and some rosé sparkling, and the process is also different depending on the region. For instance, Prosecco or Champagne is not processed the same way. So in Champagne, the bubbles come in from a very particular way of fermentation inside the bottle. So where they add the lees, so the bacteria inside, and so it's different from others. And then you have sweet wines as well. So sweet wines, and you have fortified wines, which is another category. So sweet wines is usually because the amount of sugar, because the grapes have been harvested very late on purpose. So they have a lot of sugar. And so when the fermentation process is done at, it can be between 11 and 15 degrees alcohol, there's still a lot of sugar left. So that's typically something which is done with the ice wines, or the some of the Rieslings in Germany. It's done in the Sauterne with the Semillon grape in Bordeaux. They have sweet wines also in Italy, etc. So it's not a big market, but there is and some of them can be absolutely excellent. And then there's fortified wines, which is a process where you add actually alcohol in the end. So you basically a little bit like there is in port, for instance. But that is, again, it's a very specific process, and it's quite different. And so the alcohol doesn't come only from the fermentation. So yeah, these are all the different classifications. Then you have sub-classifications, basically, of different ways of winemaking. And there are a lot of different techniques, starting in the vineyard until the end of the winemaking process. Winemakers have a lot of different choices and tools, including data, by the way. They now measure precisely the hydrology. A lot of people don't know that actually the vines can go very, very deep in the ground, like 10 times more, if not 30 times more than what you really see on top. So all the complexity of the soils and everything else, this all plays, of course, in the end taste and the end quality of the grapes. The last thing I would say on this, between the different sorts of wines, is to a little tribute to winemakers, which the best in the world. There's a reason why some of the bottles are $200 or $1,000, is because at a certain level of quality and knowledge, the winemaker becomes an artist and becomes a unique product that winemaker produces. Unfortunately, to achieve the top quality in the world, it's very complicated to do, because you need a lot of you need the best terroir and the best winemakers. So this is why those wines, under the pressure of demand, become more and more expensive every year.
Super. So I've got first question from social media. Someone is commenting. Let me pull out the question. We'll go after this. We'll go the next speaker. I guess we need to consume wine with food. What do you recommend?
Well, if you have 2 hours then in front of you, we could dive into the topic of wine and food pairing. There is so much you can read on the internet that you don't need me for that. The only thing is, you can have your personal wine taste or your personal food taste, and when it comes to pairing, things can change. So this is why we're in a world of complexity, and again, why we apply data. There are two things about that, right? There are usually some perfect pairings which will go always for everyone. There are a few pairings which never work and you would not recommend, obviously, and typically white acidic wine with red meat, that's not recommended. But in most cases, there are actually pairings you can do which are not mainstream pairings. You could do almost, an entire dish with champagne, actually, and the sparkling would if it's not specifically red meat, if it's like white meat, for instance, it would work, or with most of the cheeses, for instance. And you don't need necessarily white wine for fish. Red wine can work, a lot of red wines can work very well. So the world of food pairing and wine pairing is so large that it can surely not be summarized here in a few minutes. And there are multiple websites which are actually very well designed for that. And we will do the data. We haven't done it yet in Palette Club, but we would definitely, as I explained before, use the data to enhance food pairing. So to go way beyond what is already known as the classical food pairings, but to adapt it more to your personal taste. So, but it's very large. It's a very large world there.
Super. Thank you so much for all the knowledge and sharing about wine and kind of work that you're doing. Definitely, please get back to us. We'll be more than happy to have next layer of discussion with you. And of course, I can see that our friends from Australia, they are actually excited listening to your details and description. Definitely will connect you back. So I'll ask you to please mute yourself. We'll be going for the next speaker. So our next speaker is Shonali Nair. Shonali, welcome to World Leaders Summit 2021. This is November 9th, and you are the second speaker logging from Toronto, Canada. Shonali is, of course, a storyteller marketer, creating experiences one event at a time, 40 under 40 women in events industry award winner, and of course Connect Meetings 2018 literally award winner, MPI Toronto 2021. Welcome to World Leaders Summit once again, Sonali. The stage is yours. Please share your wisdom with us.
Thank you so much, Arijit. Good morning, everyone. Welcome, and thank you so much for joining us at World Leaders Summit. It's great to be speaking with you all today. Taking a complete switch from the last session, the topic of my talk and session is Story of a Color, and it is for a reason. I personally have lived many years of my life as a diversity metric, starting with my early education. And I'm sure you all might be aware of this, the diversity concept in India is quite unique because India represents endless possibilities of cultural patterns, languages, food, physical patterns, caste systems, creed, and skin colors. I was fortunate to be born and raised in a multiracial and intercaste family with my mom from the north and my dad from the south, the southern part of India. What a lot of people might not know about it is that North and South India are like poles apart in culture, food, and physical attributes. On top of that, religious beliefs, hair, skin color, it's all different, with only one thing in common: their apprehensions about each other. An education system that wanted to do their part in showcasing diversity by having one North Indian girl with 99% of being South Indians, they took me in. While my parents thought I was learning about my paternal culture, the language and the food habits, I was in hiding, invisible. Diverse in how I looked, the language I spoke, my food habits, and spiritual beliefs, I often found myself following and accepting unique rules of engagement, which made me feel isolated and ostracized, not being able to voice my opinion or participate in open discussions. However, there was one day in an entire year that I always looked forward to attend, where I was free to participate, to dress up like myself, to be free and to be heard. That was our school's annual festival. That one event slowly and gradually empowered me to make friends, to be seen and heard, eventually being to one of top achievers of my school. Now, what 2,000 students and 50 teachers collectively couldn't do, that one event made it possible. Only because it celebrated diversity, celebrated inclusivity, and cultivated a sense of belonging. That is the power of inclusive events. Since then, I always knew what I wanted to do and what I was meant to do. Just create experiences that bring people together, breaking barriers to celebrate a shared vision. Every marketer or medium professional here on the call or listening our session today, you have a reason why you joined your marketing and meetings industry. Think for a moment. What is yours? What is your reason? After almost a decade-long discussion, we have finally come to a conclusion that diversity and inclusivity is an important aspect in our world. Every marketer, every meeting professional, they are expected to have an inclusivity element in the work that they do. Unfortunately, many marketers and meeting professionals, they mistakenly assume that diversity initiatives, they only have to focus on one single representation like race or ethnicity. And if they do widen the scope of their event or their marketing outreach to include disabled people, they will be accommodating a minority of participants. We mistakenly assume that we are accommodating DEI initiatives for disabled people, we are focusing on minority and not majority. But a study by CDC suggests that 1 in 4 American adults have a disability, which means that those with the disability, they're the largest minority group. Isn't it time that we rethink and recreate the work that we do, the way we communicate with the world, be it through your products that you're developing, the marketing campaigns that you're rolling out, the way you target your audience, the way you plan your meetings. It all has to be recreated so that you can include everyone. Efforts around inclusion in events specifically, they have been recently increasing. And part of this is ensuring accessibility. Now, people living with disabilities are often neglected when large shifts happen. And they were certainly not at the forefront of the industry's discussions when the world transitioned into virtual in 2020. That being said, virtual meetings, like right now, I'm coming to you live from Las Vegas. I came here for another event, but I can still connect with you all from different parts of the world. That is one example of how virtual meetings like these are naturally more inclusive than in-person events in many respects. For example, they tend to be more affordable. You don't require any travel. And many organizations have leveraged high attendance rates throughout the past year as a result. However, we're still lagging when it comes to including deaf and blind participants, or those with learning disabilities. There are a lot of things that planners and organizers can do to make them more accessible. And one step towards taking inclusivity from being just a lip service is by making it a substantial part of your organizational strategy. When something becomes a part of your strategy, it actually becomes more measurable and more tangible. You're able to define metrics, you're able to define KPIs, and that helps you highlight the benefits of including DEI in everything that you do in your organization. Event organizers and marketing planners struggle to prove their DEI efforts in their post-campaign debriefs and assessments. And this often results in budget cuts, KPIs which do not slip through the cracks in a contingency plan. Making DEI a part of event strategy also helps in de-tokenizing your DEI initiatives. Because anything which is not in your strategy is not long-term. In September 2018, the nonprofit organization that I support, Meeting Professionals International, they launched an initiative to determine the current state of inclusion in the global meetings and events industry. The mission of this project was to determine how and to what extent event professionals actually plan for inclusivity and the associated knowledge gaps. Reading through that report, it made me realize that the primary driver of unconscious bias, which keep our events and our marketing campaigns far from being accessible, is the halo and horn effect. So when an event organizer, they ask for post-event feedback, and they see that a couple of attendees, they are responding to accessibility questions. They see that with a halo effect and feel that their efforts are complete and nothing more is required. But on the other hand, when organizers do see some critical feedback from, say, just one attendee, suggesting assistive features beyond closed captioning, they see that with a horn effect, which raises questions like budget constraints or scalability. What they do miss is a great opportunity of including a wider pool of audience, perspective, and business that is choosing some other event over yours. Now, an example of that one attendee or one person raising assistive feature, I can give you that example of my mom. So my mom is not on the disability spectrum at this point. However, she definitely has some vision issues when reading instructions or reading any content on the computer screen. So while she might not say out loud that I would love to see bigger font size of the closed captioning, she would appreciate it. Now, on the other hand, imagine someone with a vision disability or a vision loss or low vision, how much involved they will be with your event, with your meeting, if you do consider their experiential journey with your content. Have you noticed in planning, even either you're planning an event or if you're planning a marketing campaign, we tend to emphasize the cost of addressing diversity. But what about considering the cost of not having it? Not having a diverse team will lead to exhaustion of the planning committee and the attendees, because unless we have someone in our team to explain the critical nature of event and marketing campaign, it's easy to overlook. Oftentimes we see that we have same speakers coming up on different meetings, on different sessions and different events, talking about the same stuff. We need to understand, we need to open our horizons and see how we can include a broader audience who want to engage with us, who want to learn what we want to share with them. And in my perspective, inclusivity starts with recognizing those barriers and taking just one step towards it by fixing it with empathy. I remember reading this quote in one of Brené Brown's book on empathy, that sympathy creates separation and empathy makes connection. So when you see someone stuck on the side of the road and you say, oh, I'm so sorry to see you in this situation. That's sympathy. But when you say, let me stay here with you until we find some help to get you out of here, that's empathy. So how do we ensure that we are applying empathy in everything that we do, especially when we are choosing technology? And kudos to the team at World Leader Summit that they opted for Zoom, because I love Zoom as a matter of fact, because we can have live captions, we can have closed captioning. And even though people might not ask for it upfront, but this is a one step in creating a world which is more inclusive and open to everyone, irrespective. One of the nonprofits that I truly respect is Respectability, and they're focused on advancing opportunities for people with disability. They have put together an amazing guide that offers insights into creating anything and everything from evites, invitations, or presentations that you create for any of the work that you do, which can be accessed on screen readers for people with vision disability. For example, making sure that you offer plain text versions and use of alt text for any of the images that you use. It's important that we remember not everyone learns the same way. So if you are sharing any pre-recorded video, make sure that you describe what's happening in the video and add captioning. There are a lot of programs to help you with that, like Final Cut or Adobe Premiere. There are also apps like Caption This that you can use if you don't have closed captioning enabled on your tool. Set aside a budget to include a sign language interpreter on the screen. Even if you're hosting a meeting in-house within your internal teams, make sure that you're considering who is on the other side of the screen. Is it someone from the different team? Is it someone from the different department? Do you know if they need some help so that they can learn, they can understand what exactly you're trying to communicate? Be open. Be open to listening. Be open with empathy.
Great, Sonali. I'll hop into two questions because we already have two questions. One is from here and one is from social media. Dr. Subrata is asking, how can inclusivity be done in rural markets of India considering the vast diversity? Doctor, you can unmute yourself if you wish, or your question is already done by me. Sonali, over to you, please.
Hi, Dr. Subrata. Thank you so much for your question. Your question has actually touched the home point, because inclusivity and diversity, it's rooted everywhere, not just across India and the rural markets of India, but across the world. And if we talk specifically about how we can tackle inclusivity in rural markets, is economic empowerment, more education systems. Coming from my personal experience, I know that the more opportunities we give to our students, to our young generation, so that they can meet new people, that's one step in breaking their barrier, that they have to be focused and they have to be confined in a box. We don't have to make our students, our younger generation and our high schoolers just confined in their community. The more new people, more people they meet from different communities, from different religions, from different countries, they will be open in understanding that the core purpose of every religion, of every community, of every country is the same: humanity. And I think that's the first step that we can take in getting that inclusivity conversation started within the rural markets.
Okay, we have our next question from social media. Can we give job for people who can't see, which means visually disabled? If yes, how exactly that can be done and where that can be done?
Oh, I love this question. I don't know how many of you have watched the movie Jeremy the Dud. I will add that movie name in the chat and I would really love everyone who's watching this session to go and watch the movie, because this will give you a huge, just a next level of clarification on what disabled people can do. There is nothing that they cannot do. And just to answer your question, people with low vision or that are blind, they can do anything that they want. They can follow their interest. For example, I was just reading an article about a Netflix series, New Amsterdam, and they hired an actress for a role, which was role of a deaf actor. Now, the question rolling out in social media is she really deaf? And because she's doing a really great job in communicating and representing deaf community. By hiring blind actors and actresses in roles that require a blind character, that is one way that we can give them jobs. Teaching blind students, that's another way we can give jobs to blind teachers. There are so many tools and technologies that we can help our blind participants to utilize in corporate sector, in information technology. So it's really dependent on us, what opportunities we want to offer them, and not the other way around. We don't have to ask them, if you are good enough to do a job or not, because they are. They have their own unique abilities. So instead of focusing on what their disability is, we need to focus on their abilities and the creative side of their personality.
Awesome. Okay, so thank you so much, Sonali, for all the insights and sharing. It was really, really awesome. And if you have any question in the panel, please feel free to raise your hand and ask her the question. We have 2 minutes to go for the next speaker.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, Kate, are you there? You're from South Korea. Could you please unmute yourself so that we can hear your voice, and can you please turn on your camera?
Yes, Arijit, I'm here. Hello, everyone.
Hi, please turn on your video. Great. Okay, welcome to World Leaders Summit. Kate Lee, she is a healer, a storyteller, and a social entrepreneur from South Korea. She is the CEO of Sacred Healing Institute, which is a spiritual organization empowering all people to wake up to the universal truth grounded in the oceans with creation based on love, peace, and harmony. The stage is yours, Kate. Please enlighten us.
Thank you, everyone. Today, I'm going to speak about spirituality, simple life, and virtues for your mental well-being. Allow me to begin the journey with me. I'm going to take you back to 2009. What do you do when someone tells you you're crazy and go back to your country? Well, what I did when someone told me that while in my travel to San Francisco was I flew back to Korea and I took action. It sounds vague right now, but I'm going to into details. I was working at a financial district in South Korea, and I submitted a resignation letter and wanted to see my friends in California. I booked a plane ticket to California, San Francisco, and started catching up with my friends. And one day, I happened to check into a haunted hotel. In that haunted hotel, I experienced ghosts. I was frightened. I called my friend and I told him about the story. He didn't know what to say, so he hands the phone to his mother by saying, "Here, speak to my mom. She's a psychologist." I told her the story, and the statement, "You're crazy, go back to your country," is the statement she said. Now, fast forward to South Korea. I'm in my apartment and I started vlogging. Dating him was the worst mistake of my life. Lo and behold, the community members started blogging me and bullying me. So I bullied them back. And then I saw an angel from the back of my head. And my soul escaped my body, was hovering around the ceiling. And something said, no, I'm not done yet, come back. And then I came back to the body. Fast forward, I am in mental hospital for 3 months. This is 2009. Today is 2021. I have been learning about what spirituality means and simple life means over the past 11 years. In 2015, I was in Thailand, Chiang Mai, and I started doing meditation with the monastery and the Vipassana meditation. It was a silent meditation. I went in there for 5 days. We were not supposed to talk. However, I started talking with Buddha by just having a dialogue. Now, on that meditation, I was fairly bored. So I asked in silence, "Who am I?" And then the gust of wind started blowing the wooden door of the monastery. Trees were shaking, and I was feeling fearful, but I was determined to get my answer. Who am I? I heard a voice whisper, "You are an urban shaman." What that means to me, based on research, is that shamans traditionally go through life and death experience, hence my experience in 2009. 6 years later, I knew the meaning of why the incident happened in 2009. So the part of my life, I was filled with anger and resentment, questioning why did this happen? It was so difficult. What is the meaning of life? And why did I experience ghosts? On 2015, when I realized that there is a purpose to all the pain and complexity in life, I started taking my power back by proactively engaging in proactive meditation, prayers, learning about the meaning of true breathing, and respecting other person, and respecting myself, and all of that. I started learning about the life in itself, the game that we can play, this thing called life. Also the adventure life can give us every day. I realized in 2019, I was living in Silicon Valley. And in Silicon Valley, I attended many spiritual retreats, such as Vipassana, loving kindness meditation, at Spirit Rock, learning to dialogue with PhD scholars about spirituality, the science, metaphysics, quantum physics, Buddhism, Christianity, all sorts. I had time and luxury to explore this realm. Now, even at 2019, I was still healing from the engagement that happened in 2009. I was still putting the puzzle pieces into what is the meaning of spirituality and living a simple life and a meaningful life. The healing journey hasn't been easy. However, what I learned throughout this process of gathering myself that life is really simple. It is simple in that it is based on few virtues. When I practice one of the virtues, such as gratitude for the incident that happened for me, I'm able to flip the language and paradigm by saying that incident did not happen to me. However, it happened for me. So I'm grateful for the incident. The gratitude has been helpful, engaging me in learning about simplicity and the meaning of spirituality. When I looked up the definition of spirituality, what does that really mean? There is misunderstanding about the word spirituality. As to many words, we're an international body, international people, colleagues, businessmen and businesswomen, using one language, that is English. And there is an undefined meaning about spirituality, but here is what I embody, what I know of what spirituality is. Spirituality is the ability to honor the unseen. The ability to honor the unseen based on the assumption that love connects us all. Let me give you an example. When the moment in the meditation retreat in Thailand in 2015, I heard a voice very vividly when I asked the question, who am I? The vivid voice said, you're an urban shaman. That was not my voice. It was coming from an external source. So from this experience, I can say that there is a voice, there's an entity beyond the construct of our human mind and body. Now, I know you know this, that current state of humanity is gone a little bit awry. So let's take an example about the medical institution. So the founding father of medicine is Hippocrates. Now, when we study him, what did he include in his medical practices? Is spirituality. Now, when we minus the spirituality in the medical scene, we have mechanical, pharmaceutical things that is, we're dealing with physical body only. My intention, my desire is for humanity to start embracing the spiritual aspects that is connecting all of us together. Imagine bringing the spirituality to medical field, and doctors started practicing the medicine, the art of medicine, the art of being united with the nature, the wind, the fire, water, air, and learning about the Ayurvedic medicine, also learning to commune with the spirit, also learning how to use intuition to discern the medical ailments and things like that. When we bring all this together, I believe we can make a better doctor. Now, going back to the point about spirituality, simple life. What has been helpful for me to cultivate the simple lifestyle is by letting go of all the titles that define me, and the money and the prestige, all of it. I was doing deep dive into my soul in 2016 to 2019 in Silicon Valley. And there I also found psychologists to walk me on a journey to uncover what things bother me and what things really anger me. And in that process, I've learned also in order to become a better human being, I needed to really face my shadow. I really needed to face the pain, the deepest pain. Now, let's look at humanity for now. So when we're zooming out, looking at the state of current society, there is something missing. According to Paul Hawken, the environmentalist, says that the greatest disconnection we have is between the relationship between nature and people, and between people. This is one fundamental cause of global warming. Now, what do you think about that? Let's say when you're sitting in a home that is burning with coal and fire, but something hasn't clicked for you to move and rescue yourself. That is basic fundamental premise, what we're seeing right now. There's a disconnect between what is direly needed and what is, yeah, so my point here is that when we learn to drop the ego, let go of the identification to what must be and what should be about life, we get to learn how to be gracious and grateful and be kind, practice these virtues that are non-tangible yet very powerful. Let me take you on a meditation journey for now, so you can experience the meaning of simplicity. So please close your eyes and have your feet firmly planted on the ground. And taking a deep breath in, filling your lungs up and releasing all the stress down to the ground. And taking a deep breath in and thanking your lungs for operating without you having to think about it. And release all the stress that you no longer need. And imagine the day that you are truly, truly joyful. You're beaming a smile. What happened for you that day? Can you imagine? Going to that space of feeling joy from head to toe when that incident happened by recalling that memory once again. And remember, this memory is available to you anytime. And articulate what made you feel so joyful in your mind. And put a smile on your face. And ask, what was so simple about this moment in life? Do you feel the simplicity of this moment? As you're taking a deep breath in, and breathe out all the stress from the day today. And open your eyes and recall that today you are who you are, and recall that memory as if you are sitting next to that memory. So how does your mood change? This is the key. What I'm demonstrating here is that we have the power to use our mind simply to go back to the memory where we felt joy and happiness. This is a proactive practice that we can do to remind ourselves the joy when we need it today. So as an experience, the joy that you feel, you can carry that energy with you today. Now, meditation can be done every single day. And meditation, I believe, is a tool to become more refined and more spiritual. It is not that spirituality is a better or worse, but it does provide some joy and contentment as we carry out throughout the day the daily task. So if someone asks me, Kate, what is the meaning of simple life? I say the ability to perform the responsibility daily with grace, contentment, and poise. So the world leaders today, if you're listening, think about how do I keep myself happy while I try to keep other people happy. And the simple technique as meditation and learning the art of mindful living and learning to speak to yourself about life, that life happened for me for the benefit of my evolution and my growth, my spiritual evolution. Life starts to change into to your favor. Now, what do we do about this information? Imagine there are thousands of people learn the art of living a simple life where we are treating each other with respect, gratitude, and kindness. We can co-create an ideal world together where we are using our collective intelligence to create something worthwhile. Perhaps we can save the world and reduce the environmental impact, environmental damages that's currently going on. So my key message today is the happiness that we want to bring out to the world can be cultivated within first. Learn the art of simple lifestyle. Learn what spirituality can do for you. Use virtue as our guide that can make beautiful changes in our world immediately and into the future generation. Thank you.
Beautiful share, Kate. When we are talking about spirituality, probably the spirituality long back started in India, maybe 15,000 or 20,000 years back. If you're talking about Buddhism, these are all actually started from India itself. There is a place called Gaya, and in India, if you know, Gautam Buddha actually started his own spiritual life. I'm really happy that you are into the same space. While traveling to South Korea I think I traveled South Korea 3-4 times in my life, and I saw a great connection between India and South Korea. So the question to you regarding the same is, some people have different mechanism and methods for meditation. Some take a path of yoga, some do it in workout, some do it in fighting. If you look at a boxer, or probably an MMA fighter, when they are fighting, that's their meditation. Do you believe in that? Do you have any comment on the same, if you can share?
Mhm. Yeah, great question, Arjit. The thing about spirituality, anything that we do with intention and mindfulness can be a tool to help us grow and align to the virtue and spirituality. So you speak about people using the fighting as a tool to become in the flow and become in the zone of being mindful without extra layers of thought. I too accept that or believe that is a form of spirituality. What spirituality really means for me is that ability to co-create with the universe. First, owning that we have in tremendous power. Whatever the expression that can come out as is none of us to judge. So fighting qualifies meditation, yoga, fighting with the intention to refine, your focus, things like that, not just aggressively fighting, but so yoga is, singing, all of it can be a tool to become aligned to the universal harmony.
We have one question from social media, which is it's an interesting one. What path you feel will be good to understand that we are all human and there is no such religion to give color to humanity?
Is this a question about what religion is more valid than the other, Arjit?
No, the question is religion doesn't matter. What it matters is like humanity. What path means there are different paths in the sense, if you look at Sindhu culture or Hindu culture, there are various different paths in Hinduism. If you look at probably some other religions, they have their own different paths. So the question is, do we go for different path to choose who we are? Or shall we choose humanity? We don't need to choose any religion if we believe in Mother Earth.
Yeah, brilliant question here. So Dalai Lama speaks about what religion means to him. He says, he gives an analogy. It's like a restaurant. So think about Christianity is one restaurant, Buddhism a restaurant, Hinduism a third restaurant. He advocates that we need all religion, all types of religion and all types of restaurants, because we have different varying tastes and we come from various cultures. So from a spiritual perspective, nothing is good or bad. Really, things are just is. So to answer the question, there is no one way that fits everybody. And the question framing, if you are asking for, should we, I cannot advise you on that at all, because should has an imposition that you have to do this in an obligation statement. So what I can guide you with is that explore however your intuition calls you for. So for example, today, if you want to learn about Buddhism, go for it. Tomorrow, Christianity, go for it. Like you're tasting different types of food in different restaurants. And from there, imagine you're the person who knows what you need and you know what you need the best. No doctor, mother, father can teach you what you need to learn. They can guide you. So let's drop the word should. However, try explore without judging yourself at all. There's an interesting concept. I've tried sacred medicine, and one of a friend told me about this teachings that he got from doing sacred medicine is the notion that wherever you grew up with, so for example, Indian culture, you are more familiar with Hindu goddesses, right? So for Christians who grew up with Jesus and Mother Mary image, they're all more familiar with that. So the one God concept comes through the cultural lens we were shaped or taught by. So in this perspective, there is no right or wrong religion. It is just the way we're looking at what God can be. Yeah.
True. So I have an interesting thing to share, frankly speaking, if you allow me to share that, Kit.
Yes, please.
Frankly, Indian is a given name. We are Bharatbashi because the land used to be Bharatbash. Somehow, our today's India, we have a tendency to accept almost everything which is given to us. And when we were under control of so many different religions, cultures, and others, we mixed with various different religions. So in India, honestly speaking, there is no such single religion which people follow. And I personally follow multiple different religion and read that and understand that. Because if you look at the old language and old culture, which is probably the origins and all, I don't know how long these all started, but when I digged into it, I found that there is a deep culture with Mayans, with the old Indian culture. So Mayans were in that part of the world and we are in this part of the world. Somehow that connection probably happened thousands of years ago. And when we look back to our origin, when we look back to calm us down and then do something good, my question to you, because you are talking about spirituality and you are into this, do you really need a language to express yourself? Do you really need maybe a common voice to talk what you want to say? Or can you enhance your brain, your neurons in such a way so that it can be expressed with expressions, without voice? And if yes, can you achieve that? There is another interesting fact. If you look at old epics of our culture, all these epics talked about science. If you look at any book in any culture, they're all talking about choosing one path, look logically, and then probably be with Mother Nature. So for me, God is my Mother Nature, if you ask me. So your comments on the same. Do you really need a voice? Do you really need a language? Or can you express yourself in such a way so that you can connect with human and you can communicate?
Wow, it's such a deep question here, Arjit. So two things come to mind. One, the benefit of language and the con about language. So let me go for the benefit of language. When we are communicating with a normal human being, let's say normal in business world, in political world, we're using language as a tool. Let's say hammer, right? Language can be like a hammer. So if I am feeling a certain way, I am using English to communicate that so that the B person can receive me the way they know how to receive me based on the agreed notion of how we use English as an international language. Now, in this sense, we do need language to communicate something basic. And if we study, more refined language and more have the ability to articulate our thoughts better, perhaps my language ability, English ability could be more receptive to scholars, for example. So we can use the language as a tool. And how do we use this tool? Are we sharpening the knife to make it effective? And the con about this language is that it feels coarse, it feels thick. So even if I know in my mind, in this mystical realm through meditation, I know an answer. However, if I were to use the language to articulate the answer I know in the mystical realm, it may feel like I am using a filter, right, to get the sand. However, this filter has bigger hole than sand, so the sand drips down. So this filter can be analog to the language. So here's when we don't need language. The music, the frequency, and the vibration. There is no language there, but it penetrates deep into my soul and deep into our hearts. In this case, we don't need language. So I think I'm advocating for balance. But when we do use the language, it's my responsibility to use it correctly and mindfully and responsibly. If I choose not to use the language, which sometimes I prefer that very much, I need to learn how to discern the spiritual realm is communicating. Also, even when I'm not using language, it is my responsibility to discern what is true. So I say it goes hand in hand, and we need to balance. I did.
100%. We'll go with this discussion probably separately with you, and I'll invite you into a couple of more discussions. So I'll ask you to, thanks for the beautiful share. I'll ask the panel if they have any question, they can unmute themselves and ask her. If not, we can go to our next speaker. I'll give 20 seconds to unmute yourself and ask the question. Okay, if no, we'll go to our next speaker. Elvin, thank you, Kate, for the beautiful share. Please go for a mute and please stay with us. You can always turn on your video so that we can see you and you're there. Alvin, are you there? Can you please turn on your camera and your microphone? Test your microphone, it's muted.
Yeah, a very good morning, everyone. Yes.
Very good morning. Alvin, welcome to World Leaders Summit 2021. This is the 5th day, that's the last day of World Leaders Summit, and we started really early, and we had beautiful speakers, including Kate and you. So Alvin is the CEO of Brand 21 Asia. The company was awarded Business Excellence Certificate by World Confederation of Business in November 2019 through top-notch entrepreneurs ecosystem, better known as 100 Series Live Pitching, which was officiated by Ministry Entrepreneur Development Malaysia in October 2019. Alvin, welcome once again to World Leaders Summit. Stage is yours.
All right, thank you so much to Mr. Arijit for organizing such an impactful summit, and such a great pleasure to meet everyone. So so just a short introduction. My name is Alvin. The founder and CEO of Brand 21. So indeed, we are one of the leading community-driven organization where we are actually based in Malaysia and abroad. So what we do, basically, we are focusing on 4 main pillars. So to name a few, such as learning development as well as education. And on top of it, we are also focusing very much on lifestyle and wellness. So as what Mr. Arijit shared, we are the ecosystem builder and also the campaign catalyst for this flagship campaign. So what we do is basically we have this 100 series live pitching that we actually get connecting all those members, especially the industry partners, the young entrepreneurs, the new startup, and also some of the ecosystem partners that are actually supporting the initiative. So basically the understanding and also the long-term direction was actually into building a community. So you see, a community is always diversified. So it's a matter of fact how we basically group everyone, the like-minded individuals that share the same vision, the same objective, and we group them along to build and to channel the business abroad. So in Malaysia, we have been launching this 100 series since 2019. So that was our season 1. And basically last 2 weeks, we just had our second season. Basically, it's a season 2. So we are glad that we have launched the ceremony and has been officiated by a number of partners. So community is how we actually build a platform by getting everyone to come on board. Then we talk about entrepreneurs development. We talk about the landscape, how we're able to build this thing further. So you see, these days we are talking about globalizations. So no longer talk about localization. So what we do, we get all those B2B, the B2G players, then get them connected with all these new startups, especially the young entrepreneurs. So what we do, we basically work with a lot of different universities, college, to build this culture among the youth. So by having that, so the culture is actually well circulated. So all these youngsters, the youth community, they will come on board 100 series to do their so-called pitching ideas, then our role is basically to facilitate all those cycles by getting all these supporting partners to support the initiative. So yeah, glad that we have been launching a very successful ceremony since 2019 and also for season 2. So basically we are also planning ahead for the season 3. So season 3, we are more into saying that on the Borneo going west. So basically to support 2 of the states in Malaysia, yeah, better known as Sabah and Sarawak. So it's a very big untapped regions in Malaysia. So we hope to channel more entrepreneurs into the ecosystem for 100 series. So by doing that, we can able to build more diversified cross-functional community to support each and everyone, regardless they are the business owners, regardless they are the corporate, the C-levels. So what we do, basically, we get everyone to be connected. So this is how we're able to build a community, then we develop the landscape further. Yeah, so yeah, just a short sharing about what we do in terms of community development. Yes.
Beautiful. You have 20 minutes for the entire speech. So do you want to share more or you want to jump into the Q&A?
Probably just a Q&A, maybe some interactive sections.
Okay, sure. Because the audience, the format that you follow is like they expect the 20 minutes and they listen and then they ask. We haven't got any question as of now for you yet, but I can definitely ask you a question. Talking about when you organize pitching sessions, for an example, in WLS ecosystem, we also organize startup pitching. And if you know, in last 1 year, we have, I think, we have helped around 8 different businesses to grow and raise funds. Talking about your ecosystem, when you are saying that you are doing pitching session, what is the exact kind of startup that you look for? What is their credibilities and what are the kind of investor pools that you have?
I understand. All right. So what we do, as I shared in the earlier sessions, we basically work along with a number of participating universities. So especially those undergraduates that they are about to graduate. So we put in the ideas, yeah, we channel them and to participate in this live pitching by categorizing into 2 different categories. The first is basically the live pitching for 100 series. We open up to the undergraduate team from the participating college and universities. And also at the same time, we open to SME. Yeah, those are SME that have been in business, say maybe 3 to 5 years and above. So as for the partners that we actually bring in, we are talking about more into marketplace because we have a stronghold in this China, where we are very strong in these prominent regions, better known as Qinghai province. So basically, to those who knows about China, Qinghai province is actually one of the largest Chinese Muslim markets. Yeah, so it's very aligned with what we have here in Malaysia and also some of the Middle East countries. Those regions actually are very much into halal centric. So what we do, we actually get all these young entrepreneurs to participate and to register themselves, and they have to follow the guidelines in terms of submission of the pitching deck. Then from there, we will have a number of prominent panel judges. So those are prominent panel judges, they represent each different industry. Yeah, to name a few, we are very strongly connected with this ECF, equity crowdfunding. This has been an alternative funding channels for most of the entrepreneurs because they are the new startup, because they are those sizable SME. So we have this panel judge represent the ECF, and also on top of it, we bring abroad another partner where she actually represents the FinTech Association of Malaysia. So very prominent player in terms of financial technology, FinTech. And also we have another banking partner, as you can see at the back of my backdrop. So we have this one of the largest bank in Malaysia, better known as Affin Bank. So their objective is very aligned with what we do. So they basically, they know how we do. They have the so-called confidence in this ecosystem. So we tag along the bank partner to work out a lot of incubation. You see, a new startup, they may lack of knowledge in terms of how to do a financial modeling, how to do the globalization roadmap for the companies, for the business model. So we group along all these panel judges to review all the submitted pitching deck. Then once we identify, say, maybe the top 50, then we channel up to the top 30. Then from the top 30, we channel into the finale for the top 10. So in terms of an investor pool, we are not so much putting in capital because the new startup is basically how we connect all these resources, we push them over to all these new startup. So then all these new startup, when they have all the resources ready, like for instance, when they're about to start a new company, they may lack of a legal knowledge, how to do a shareholders agreement, how to do a so-called the JVA. So we have this panel judge that represent this space. So he will be like giving advice, okay, how exactly we can go into the legal structure, the legal framework for companies. So regardless you are the sole proprietor, regardless you are the private limited or maybe the Berhad. So basically we have all these panel judges. So once we selected the top 3, from the finale, so we will try to groom them and to connect more resources to them, so that we are not talking about giving them, say, maybe 50,000, 100,000. That couldn't scale them along, because we believe that rather than giving them the financing, the funding, the most important part is to get all these readily available resources, coming from all different industries, so that they can have all these untapped resources to be part of their resources within the organization. So this is what we do. So when they are ready, we bring them straight to this Lanzhou and also Qinghai province to participate in all these trade missions, the B2B meetings, the roundtable discussion. So we did the same in 2019, where we organized one of the very impactful community campaign. So it's actually called as a cultural pavilion trade missions. So we are the hosting partner and also the organizer. So when we bring along a number of delegates, the new startup to China, we immediately link them up for the roundtable meetings with the government. So in 2019, when we did the very first trade mission, we foresee that this is something that most of the business owners, regardless that they are SME, regardless they are the new startup, this is something that they need. We always talk about marketplace, but how exactly we can connect all these entrepreneurs, the business owners into the ecosystem for the marketplace is another story. So we able to strategize all this roadmap for, say, maybe one year directions, the 3 years plan, the 5 years projection roadmap. So we bring them abroad to participate. So when they participate, they bring along their product samples, for all these top 3, the top 5. When they bring along their product samples, they go along with us. We link them up with the potential channel partners in China. Now, for instance, that could be like the distributor, that could be the potential franchisee, the licensee. So this is how we do it. So in the whole Malaysia, we dare to say that we are the only one that we connect this marketplace, the cross-border marketplace, in terms of O to O, the offline to online and the online to offline. So when they join us, all these entrepreneurs, when they join season 2 or maybe regards the upcoming season, then we know that 100 Series live pitching is not about just a campaign. It's about how they can scale their business abroad in terms of globalizations. So this is what we do.
Great, great. I personally traveled to China, I think 5-6 times, and I'm not sure whether you know it or not. I started a venture capital fund over there, along with a couple of my great friends. I mean, we probably became friends for life. And utilizing chopstick from Korea and utilizing chopstick from China are completely different. Korean, we have chopsticks with metal, and I love using that. And in China, it's woods. And I also love using that and utilizing chopstick to eat amazing seafood. Jokes apart, to be very honest, I'll share you something. This is really interesting. This gives me an opportunity to share you, all of you, our accelerator and fund. So this is Co-Innovate Ventures, which we started very recently as a website. Before that, Co-Innovate Venture used to work as a platform to raise funds. And here we have multiple layer of industry verticals. So what we give, we of course give money to the existing companies, not on idea stage. As an accelerator, we don't work with idea stage startups. We work with people who have executed their idea into business, who are probably not making profit, doesn't matter, they can always apply. We give total network of 95 countries, which you are watching as a summit at the moment, but we have a very deep, strong internal network, and we welcome people to join us as a member. And of course, we give opportunity to the startups to connect and grow with our internal network. We give hands-on support. We have a curriculum, we have programs, we have monthly fundraising activities, we have business symposium, we have a total number of mentors, advisors. I'll go very, very short because this is not my place to share. We have an entire community of around 35,000 business owners who are all there to help each other. A few of the list of companies who are actually willing to collaborate with the existing startups or SMEs. They are pretty big MNCs. So they have their own kind of solution, like legal solution, business solution, probably in digital era, it's cloud solution. They are giving it almost with a very discounted rate so that these companies can grow. We have 8 different verticals of industry which we accept into our cohorts. One is, of course, innovation and industry. Second one is real estate, agriculture and food, education skill. We have movies, sports and entertainment, health and wellness, fintech and blockchain, clean energy and sustainability. I can show you a few of our mentors. So these are the people who are actually bringing a huge pool of experience. Farooq, for an example, is a great friend of mine who is dedicating himself from entire Africa and trying to give a good number of opportunity for the startups to grow. So these are the few services that we offer to the existing startups. So feel free if you have. So these are the projects wherein we are raising funds, and we have raised funds and they are enlisted in our portal. Feel free to check them, how cool they are. We organize monthly events. Feel free to join that. Of course, that's us. So I have Marco, my partner, who is there in this venture, and that's me. Sometimes I look good in picture. That's another lady from Malaysia, from your country itself. She joined us for the business development. So we have a global community. The site is still updating. And we have a resource section, which is pretty large. And let me share you something more. Maybe it's not very popular in that part of the world, but I will share you. We have a huge resource which will probably help any startup or SME to be updated themselves regarding the latest policy and updating the entire ecosystem of investment and scaling up business. This resource consists probably 3,000 different write-ups. So if you really want to know anything from legal perspective, business perspective, or maybe on crypto, or maybe on technology, feel free to hop in. Why investors don't invest, to the concept to why technology is booming, to the concept to digital era, to the concept to normal wine business. Everything is enlisted there. You can update your knowledge. We'll be more than happy to dedicate all these things for free. If you wish that you want to collaborate with us, we'll be more than happy to offer our acceleration support and our funding support to your existing startups. So with this note, thank you so much, Alvin, for coming and with your busy schedule and sharing all the insights. So World Leader Summit is our actually mega summit that we celebrate every year. Apart from that, we have monthly programs. As you know, we call it as a business symposium. We have physical meetup that we conduct. We call 2 programs. One is Breakfast with Baron, which is a concept like a senior business person. He comes on a breakfast and then interact with the new guys. And there is a concept called Dinner with Kings and Queens, which is actually an offline, over the dinner fundraising activity that we do offline due to COVID. With all those restricted structure, we are doing it. Earlier, we used to do like 100 people in one event. Nowadays, it's like reduced like 20, 25. Can't go beyond that number, but always there to help if we can help and handshake with each other. Thank you, Alvin, for coming and sharing, and it's a pleasure and honor. With this note, we will hop into our next speaker. Melvin, if you're there, if you can kindly unmute yourself. You are there since morning. Melvin is one of the near and dearest friend of both of us, me and Marco. Of course, starting from me, I'm not going to take that pleasure and honor. But
that's okay.
But Melvin, welcome to World Leader Summit once again. The stage and floor is yours. Please introduce yourself and please enlighten us with your knowledge and wisdom. For all the audience, Melvin got amazing, great experience working with corporates, working with business, and of course, he's an ex-military veteran. Over to you, my friend.
Thank you ever so much for that, Arijit. And once again, I must thank you very much for getting me on to this World Leaders Summit and also meeting such extravagant, highly motivated speakers along. It's really given me a lot of enthusiasm. Being an ex-army personnel, been in the borders along, my name is Melvin, and I've been in the army. I've been from India, worked in the army, was in the border of Pakistan, been to wars, come back. So I've got the fright, I've had strength, I've known the spiritual side of everything and left everything and now back into the field where I should be and what I want to do. I migrated from Australia, India. I went to Netherlands. I worked in Netherlands for 10 years with the Dutch government, where I looked after the entire Asia Pacific market, where we used to give a lot of training, advice, consultancies in all kinds of disasters, from high-rise buildings to terrorisms to landslides, earthquakes. So we met a lot of the ministers in Korea. I went to China, was with the defense minister in China too. We introduced our product, we introduced everything and all that. So 10 years I worked in the Netherlands with the Dutch government, and then I thought, no, it's time is enough, let's move on. Moved to Australia, and here I am in Australia, in a lovely country like this, and was very eager when I was in the past experience in disaster management, try to approach people and say, let me work in the same field, not realizing that Australia gives you ample of opportunities. And what I did is then I moved on from what I was thinking I could do good to the development side, which is more into the investors market, which is house and land packages, investment properties, developments, and projects. And now it's 18 years now in the project field. And I've been looking after high-end investors from a global who have always been wanting to invest in developments, projects, look at house and land packages, or look at migration as such into Australia, where that's my niche, where I hold their hands, I talk to them and work out and find out what they're looking for in terms of investments, what are the best returns, what are they seeking for their young generation. And that's the forte which I normally look at. I mean, it's more about trying to understand the client globally, understand what are they wanting, and try and bring them to a situation where they are very comfortable with. I mean, everybody is a salesperson today. I mean, when you meet anybody, everybody's selling themselves. But to understand what the client is expecting from you is a niche market. And that's where also I found a very niche market, where when I became into the property market, I found that China was very predominantly only into apartments and townhouses. And it took me 7 years to understand that I should go to China with a new product, a new concept, which was the house and land package, which they could build equity on land, which they could not do in apartments, because apartments, you're basically just buying space and nothing else. And it was very expensive. And I was the first person from Australia to actually enter into China and introduce the house and land package over there. And that's how I also brought in almost about 40 to 50 high-end investors from China to Australia to make them aware, show them what Australia has to offer, because Australia today is still a very childish country where there are still opportunities for many people. Australia has not been educated to many outsiders as to what benefits are there in Australia, what are the important aspects for education, for children's health being, economy-wise. The weather also is good, climatically is good, and the safety of children are very much accepted. And that's where I entered into this market, where I thought, why not look into this? I have assisted a lot of high-end investors globally who are looking at wanting to invest into Australia. I've looked at discussions and seminars with high-end entrepreneurs who've been looking and discussing, where we've given seminars and presentations on benefits of investment, developments, how we can assure them the best returns, and all these and so forth. So that's where, I mean, my entire scope has been educating, traveling around, meeting, doing seminars and presentations, offering the best possible situation for clients. I mean, there are umpteens of salespeople around, and everybody is there hunting and making big bucks, but that's not what I like to do. I mean, I've been from a situation where I know I can sell anything, but you want the other person who's talking to you be comfortable. You want to make sure that he is aware that you are actually giving him the right resources and right information, and give him factual information, because in the end of the day, today's business is all about referrals. And without referrals, nothing happens. You can sell one product today and feel happy, but then again, and that's what I've created in this market is referrals. I have I have channel partners across the globe, right from Ukraine, Malaysia, Dubai, all over, who still call me today and ask me for information about Australia and also where are the growth corridors. And along with Arijit, I mean, we are looking at all this, making that platform for the real estate platform also, which is a niche product where people can actually go onto that platform and get actual information on products, where we can educate them and let them know what is the best situation for them. And I think that's a very good opportunity which we are looking at. And then there are others which, I mean, we are expanding ourselves. I'm expanding myself more into the global market so that we can actually energize ourselves and also utilize the resources from the global market and give them the best solution, the best product, and make sure they are comfortable with what we can show them. And that's peace of mind for me, because in the end of the day, I would also, we all have families, and you just want to make sure that you can go back home and have a comfortable sleep at night, so that the next morning you are prepared again with new avenues, new day, new celebrations. And I think Arijit has given me this hope of confidence, having discussions with him all along, that beyond Australia, there are other opportunities which we must look at and help the society and the community to see where we can give them better amenities, give them better opportunities, and show them a path. Because people are blindfolded. I mean, they just want to know, this is what I want. But there are avenues which we can educate them and teach them and show them new resources, which is what we want to do. I mean, and help those families that have kids for the near future also, and bring them that possibility of being happy, giving that wealth of knowledge that we can deliver in terms of not only on projects, developments, but also what other opportunities are there, which they are not aware of. I mean, COVID has actually taught us a lot of things. I mean, because I was only in the field of property. And then once COVID happened, we had to look at other resources and think, where could we get out and what could we do? And so our minds are now open to various other avenues and windows which we need to look at and try and specialize ourselves in such a situation that we can give multiple opportunities and multiple resources to people who are looking at these avenues. So taking into consideration where we are in Australia today, I mean, I'm in Australia. I know Kate is there in Korea and USA, and she looks after those markets. Arijit looks after the world, and he does drone supplements. But here's an opportunity for us to collaborate and look at what we can do as a whole collective team, and see if we can use each other's resources and assist the entire world to make it a better place for everyone today. And with that, I know Arijit has given me 20 minutes, but I don't want to go on an extempo and make it a stereophonic type of a speech. I'm rather a person who likes to just have hands-on, have questions, because we like to learn more and more this way. I've been around, I have a lot of clients. I mean, Elvin from Malaysia itself. I've met the king and queen of Malaysia when I was with the Dutch government. So, I mean, it's given me opportunities to strengthen myself there too. So thank you once again, Arijit. I do appreciate, and thank you everybody for hearing me. And if there is anything that we can do together, I'm all eyes and all ears for everyone, because it's a learning curve for everyone. And if we can put our hands together and assist each other, the world's a better place. Thank you very much.
Super. Thank you so much, Melvin. You know what? I'll open the panel first before we hop into the social media for Q&A.
Sure, sure.
And what I suggest all of you, instead of only asking question, if you have anything, any business to offer with each other, please feel free to do that. This is the place we should have the opportunity to meet the entire world and understand if we can do some business together. So anyone can raise their hand and then unmute themselves and speak. Yes, please, Kate.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that idea of tapping into each other's resources and amplifying value. And I am in alignment with that message here. I am a CEO of Sacred Healing Institute, and my previous company, Life of Emerald, has been incubating at the Stanford Graduate School of Business Lead ecosystem for 7 months. And now I recently secure an investor from Hong Kong through my colleague at Stanford. So I am looking forward to building the company fast and strategically. So what my company does is empower female CEOs, C-suite leaders, and startup founders learn the art of emotional intelligence, depth psychology, and spirituality. Whatever I talked about today, I'm putting that in a package, and I'm using media to advocate for her organization to raise the consciousness of their organization so that employees feel good about working with her in the company. So I'm open for collaboration. Yeah, global. My clients are all over the world. Right now I'm focusing on UK market. So yeah, let me know. Thank you, Faith. Thank you so much. And Arijit, thanks for this ecosystem. Really appreciate you.
Pleasure. Talking about the same, I'll show you something, Kate. When anybody actually share and ask for collaboration, it is my responsibility to give me a moment. Okay, this is what is one of my portfolio company. It's not that big. They're not worldwide, but they're doing fabulous into that country itself. It's called Yoga Training for You, mix of MMA, BJJ, meditation, and spirituality. If you want any kind of communication with them, they have live classes. They run it in a place called Phuket. Beautiful group of people. 2 of them are Russian. 1 of them is from UK, and me as one of the board member, a crazy Indian fellow who travels the world. So if you need that, we can connect you with these guys. They're pretty good, like from spirituality to body change to anyone. This is the team that they have. We'll be more than happy to connect you with them, and probably you can collaborate with these people. So Oakley is a great friend. He's basically, he looks like a fighter. Of course, he's a fighter, but he's one of the finest spiritual person. If you meet him, you will learn about him, how deep he is. I'm just stop sharing, but here also we have, I think, a resource which is pretty fabulous for basic needs. Like, they usually keep updating these things. If you want to share this, feel free to share with your community. We'll be happy to connect you with them, maybe if this helps. And when Melvin was actually talking about, yes, please, Melvin.
Yes, and that's a good thing. I mean, Arijit, I mean, because in Australia, it's one of the biggest accoutrements today. I mean, fitness and stress. And I think if we can introduce this, I mean, because there are a lot of people where we can do these packages and take them to Phuket for a retreat, that would be one of the very good things for them, because Australia is becoming very, very predominant now in health and fitness, and it's a very big market today. So we can look at that, and Kate, likewise, we can also introduce yours also to the entire Australian market too.
Same here, Kate. We can introduce into a couple of different countries, like talking about a couple of countries. Like Australia is, of course, one of my favorite place, because my friend Marco and Melvin is there. And trust me, when we say that we are friends, means we are friends. Like for me, I'm a kind of person who would love to take bullets for my friends rather than, just say that I'm your friend. Anyway, open for Q&A. If you have any question, please. Else I'll hop into social media for the question. And yes, we have got 2. But in any way, I'll open this floor to you.
So I have a question. Yeah, I have a question. So if you're based in Australia and you speak about Phuket, are you also open to going into Bali area for spiritual retreat center? That's something I'm interested in building. Yes.
Yes, I have a lot of contacts in Bali itself. We've got a very good retreat center also over there in Bali. So one of my contacts over there, so we can always use that also. Because Bali would be another proposition. Again, Bali is economically also viable for a lot of people traveling overseas.
Okay, so we have one question from social media. Let me ask it to Melvin first. Do you have a hidden technology when you build property and then grow it?
Not exactly. There's no hidden technology. In fact, I mean, it's all about understanding what the client is expecting and what is the requirements. Because I'm very upfront with my clients, because I think that's more important for them to understand that Australia is not a country where you can look at a phenomenal growth. The returns are quite substantial, but of course it's sustainable for long-term growth, because that's what I always look at with my investors, to make them aware that you cannot get a growth return of 8 to 10%, but definitely you get a growth of 5 to 6%, but it's consistent. And we can monetize that and look at that to ensure that that growth stays consistent for at least 10 to 15 years, where then after some time, he is in a position to actually on-sell that property to make valuable returns. So that's more important, rather than saying, yes, there is a huge growth, which is not possible in Australia at this moment.
Super. When Melvin is sharing this, let me have the pleasure what we built together. And Melvin is an integral part of this project. It's not super cool live now. This is more of a portal at the moment. From our internal network, from our ambassadors, like I'll share about the ambassador program which we have in World Leader Summit. So a lot of people, they ask that, can we have our own portal for properties to enlist, buy and sell, and integrate IoT technology companies who can probably try to sell their solutions through our network to the real estate industry. So if you wish, you can always enlist your property to Property Planeta. It's new. We are not at all saying that it's a very old portal or very old network. It's a complete new one. Have very limited number of real estate enlisted at the moment, but advantage is people who are behind this entire network have got more than 3 decades, each and everyone, more than 3 decades of experience and expertise. Like we have network in Dubai, we have network in Netherlands, Melbourne is there, in Australia, in Turkey, in France, in Spain, in Italy. Of course, we have network in China, we have network in US, entire region, including Mexico and Canada. With these kind of network, all of us, when we are dealing with property, which Melvin can say, or probably Marco, if he can unmute himself, he can also share. We propose that let's make it in a structured manner. Let's not do the business individually. Let's bring all our expertise into one particular network and then do everything nice and cool together. So Property Planeta is open for any one of you. If you want to enlist your property, buy or sell, or go for an inquiry, feel free to do that. We'll be more than happy to take things forward. And this is the beauty of this summit, that whatever you are asking, we are executing. So if you need something cool, we are there and happy to help. I'll give you a live example. One of the startup into our network from Turkey, they are into the gaming business, and because I have some little bit of experience of 23 years into gaming, they felt that let us connect this gentleman. But we didn't actually do it individually. Our friends, our internal network, we communicated with each other. I started giving them a little bit of guidance and mentoring. Now they have raised funds and they are now expanding into some other country, and they were looking for grants. And Kate, to be very honest, there is an opportunity for you. Gaming in your country, as per my understanding goes, as per my travel goes to South Korea, and the way I'm connected with the Korean industry, with the ministry as well, there is an opportunity for you as well. Any company who is willing to expand into South Korea, from the Korean government, they have a policy of grants which allows them from gaming part to expand their network over there, start their business, go for research and development and grow. And this company belongs into that vertical. They have their patented technology which they want to develop and grow. So if you wish, we can always talk, and that same thing goes with Alvin as well. The same thing goes with anyone in the network. If you feel that we can connect, frankly, within the summit, I am not at all sharing what huge and vast things that we are doing. I'm just sharing you, asking you very humbly that please check our websites properly. You will get to know almost all the details that we are doing. After the summit, of course, we'll have more interactive sessions to know each other better and do some great business network together. Talking about the same, we have another question, which is really interesting, Melvin, again from social media. Someone asked you that, I'll just read it for you. You have a vast expertise regarding buying and sell properties, probably. How did you start your journey as a newcomer in the industry? I'm an investment banker. How can I start and expand my network?
Wonderful. When I first came to Australia, I was also in the banking industry. So I started with National Australia Bank as a call center. How may I help you? But I mean, I'm a person who looks at opportunities. I was the highest seller in the National Bank nationally in cross-selling products over the phone. And in 6 months, I got progressed. I got promoted to a business banker. But again, with the banking situation, it's that you're always at the back end of the clients, so you can't meet clients. And I'm a typical salesperson. I love to sell. I love to meet clients. I love to discuss with clients exactly what they need and what are the opportunities we can provide them. So I went from a banking industry, I went straight into the house and land investment property side. So I joined a builder. And from there, I learned the tricks and trades of the building industry and how we could talk to clients who were looking at custom home builds, investment properties, and what are the tricks and trades. So I went into a building industry, and from there, I started expanding myself. And because I had a lot of connections overseas, and there was a niche market for the overseas investor market, I tapped into that market because nobody was looking at the overseas market. And I took that opportunity because many overseas people have not realized that Australia house and land packages appreciation values are very, very high. But they used to sell a lot of apartments and townhouses. And that's where I caught the niche of selling house and land packages, where I realized that the Chinese market and the Asian markets always look at what are their profits and benefits in buying property. So I told them that if you buy an apartment, you're basically just buying an apartment which is only space, which is realistically not yours. But if you buy land, you're actually buying land which is your own freehold and it's yours, and the appreciation value goes up. And you're buying an apartment, a 2-bedroom apartment, about, just for example, 400,000, when you can make a whole house, identical house for 4 bedrooms with bathroom and everything in a wonderful location, and still make it at 400,000 with getting more appreciation value. So for me, it was a learning curve, and in sales, it's always learning more and more, because the more you meet people, the more you understand what they want, you get back. So from a banking industry, I went into the building industry, and from there I started marketing myself, learning the analytics of what is the benefits of investors, what are the returns, investments, developments, projects. And that's how I managed to start doing a lot of seminars and presentations on what could be where we stand today. And I'm happy to say that, yes, it's a fighting curve, but it's a learning curve. I've been recognized in this industry, and I feel proud to be a part and portion also of this summit, where we can all work together and learn each other's attributes and share what we can together. Because in the end of the day, I mean, it's not about money, it's about understanding each other's requirements and how we can build a team together and live happily together.
Super. Okay, so I guess that we are all almost done with all our question and answer round with Melvin. And I'll ask and request, I think our next speaker is already here. Sid Ali, if you're there, could you please kindly turn on your camera and your microphone? Sid is from Algeria, and he's our would-be ambassador into our business circle. Sid, are you there? Could you please?
Yes, just a second, technical sorting out. I will switching out on my camera in a moment. Don't mind.
Yeah, your speaking slot is not now, it's later, but do you want to speak
Yeah,
now?
I know. Yeah. No.
Okay, okay.
In a few moments, just give me 1 minute, please. Okay?
Sure.
And good morning to all.
Good morning.
Thank you.
give us some time to settle us down, and let me give you probably in this time, because this is my good time to give you a few bit of more insights. Okay, here we go. So if you have a kid in your block, you know some children who is passionate, arts, drawing, animation, creating superheroes, you ask them, they have a portal called iamsuperhero.com. I Am Superhero is a portal wherein you can ask your kids to become more creative. If they have an idea, they can always enter into the competition. They can put their details over here, and they are created new superhero, which is not a copy of anybody else. Upload it. If they like it, they'll be more than happy to get back to them and then give an opportunity to work in their next upcoming animation or games, and they will get, of course, rewarded by this venture and the virtue. So I Am Superhero is to look at into your web browser. If you have an interest, feel free to share it with your entire network and connect them and ask them to share across their network as well. When you network, it gives a great opportunity for anybody to explore more and more opportunities. Talking about the same, let me have the pleasure of one of my another portfolio, which probably Kate will be interested because she was asking me to go for e-commerce portal. This is another of my portfolio. It's called Cosplay Seller. This is India's one of the first, rather I would say first, India's first cosplay item selling e-commerce portal, wherein you can enlist your cosplay items. As you can see, these are all generated and created by Taiwan and Korea, for your information, Kit. And we are selling it, cross-selling it worldwide, utilizing this platform. And of course, we integrate high fashion into this. There are a huge list of things, including a couple of more. So feel free to get in touch with me if you really want to expand this opportunity. We'll be happy to expand and collaborate and connect you with the exact team. Let me tell you how I personally love to do business. I love to have a collaboration with a right kind of person who would be working with us as a teammate. We handshake, collaborate, and then we start something together. For an example, with Melvin, we are about to start something related to sports. We have another person called Paolo. He's from Italy. He's also from the sports industry. We're trying to create an ecosystem between 3-4 of them. We haven't done anything as of now yet into that vertical, but we are willing to do in a collaborative approach. Talking about the real estate, you already saw what we are doing. Feel free. There are a huge list of things that we are doing. So let me finish this. Example, one of our ambassadors, she's from Russia, Olga. She requested me that can we create an ecosystem for artists so that they can sell their arts and their art effects into the buyer's market. So we are creating an NFT and art buy and sell platform so that NFT artists and normal artists, they can actually sell their beautiful arts through our platform. You ask us, we do it. That's the mantra that we follow. Okay, over to you, Sid. I already saw that you are able to share your video. So we will wait for you to settle down and we will then introduce you and we'll give the stage to you. Talking about Sid Ali. Sid Ali is a great human being, first of all. We recently met with each other. He wanted to represent his country into our business network, which is around 95 countries network that we have. We are small, we are growing. He is an IT engineer and holder of master's degree in international management from the prestigious University Paris. And of course, he is a great person having more than 25 years of expertise in the field of ICT and innovation, and with world-renowned telecom groups, particularly in Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. Welcome to World Leaders Summit. Once again, Sid, please enlighten us and share your insights.
Hi, thank you, Arjit. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. I'm delighted to be here today with you. Well, today we'll be speaking about open innovation and cross cooperation for startup. The innovation for startup. Actually, today, can I share a slide, please? Okay, let me share screen with you, please.
You have the permission.
Yes, second please. Coming out. I cannot serve, sorry. Anyway, what I wanted to say is that today, startup in cross connection and in cross collaboration, it's a fruit of where we say why startup need acceleration, why startup need incubation first, is to define its market need and its define support to developing product, connecting to be connected to the potential customers, and also develop them innovation skills. What we are seeing today is that many startup worldwide have been a key players in development, or many others. Now, do you see the screen?
No, it's still loading, I guess. Now we can see, yes.
Excellent, excellent. So you see the projection or through PowerPoint?
We are watching the PowerPoint, which is running. I mean, the projection actually, yes.
Excellent, excellent.
Why startup
So-
need acceleration and incubation? Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. So today, startup are key player into cross connection for the only reason that research and development activity for industrial, for big companies are budget consumer, are consuming too much budget, and there is too much boundaries within a company that will not allow them to proceed with any new project as fast as they can. So the reason why the best alternative for this is open innovation or cross connection innovation. We'll give you some examples through this presentation where we can see that as of today, this first example, we've seen or witnessed an early innovator, sorry, in 1930 in Chicago, this elevator parking, it was too early for its I would say for its market. There was no need at that time because there was plenty of spaces, because there was plenty of free road or spot parking. However, recently, due to the congestion, due to pollution, due to too much, rare parking place, this became early innovation, and many supermarket, I would say, companies need too much. Several solution how to optimize spaces. So this became innovation where they have fit this, I would say, with the needs or today needs. Another example, where in 1917, I've seen this this board over. Sorry again. So this autopad that have been used for in Washington for post officer, it was too early for the market, but still it was an innovation at that time. While today, it's really a need for many or several reasons. First of all, pollution. Secondly, a smooth transportation means to circulate within congested space, and that are transportable and cost efficient. So this is again an innovation that have been introduced by startup at very early stage, but today startup are working into innovating transportation mean. So we find them in transportation technology. Now, I will give you just another example, which is the most amazing, cross innovation sectors for startup impacting big industrial. Today, industrial are feeling change. Steve Jobs has said one day, innovation is the ability to see change as an opportunity, not as a threat. Today, innovation is seen from many who are feeling this innovation as a threat because they are thinking that innovation will lead to worker exclusion or reduction or creating jobless people. However, this is an opportunity for them to improve the efficiency, to reduce the cost in production while creating other position, other job for other people. I'll give you an example. This open innovation, it's an alternative to research and development for universities, connecting startup to industrial, bringing diaspora from worldwide to home country where they can support, and also corporate R&D. As I said before, it's because the corporates are consuming too much into research and development. I'll give you one example. There is one giant worldwide who is spending on yearly basis between 7.5 to 9.5 billion USD. I guess only few can say, yes, I know who is this big giant or who is this company who is spending that much money in research and development. But you say, okay, $9.5 billion, is there any other alternative for that? How can we improve this amount? Because we believe that to set such amount of massive budget for research and development, definitely there will be a lot of process, how to put them in pipeline, how to put them in budget, how to improve this amount to reduce it, and how to get, the most important, how to get result, how to get outcome, how to get deliverable. Right. In 2020, this giant has decided to say and to try the open innovation. It's not Apple. Because innovation, as Steve Jobs once again said, has nothing to do with how many R&D dollar you have or you spent, but it's about the people you have and how they led and how much they get, you get it. This open innovation, it's initiated by Pfizer with BioNTech. It's the best example of open innovation. Today, Pfizer have done open innovation through a startup BioNTech, where they led to the creation of the vaccine anti-COVID. We all know, or we all heard about it. It was one of the best innovation where the process of Pfizer was the one who is spending from 7.5 to 9 billion USD on yearly basis on R&D, couldn't find out the way with its R&D team how to fight this COVID pandemic. However, through startup in BioNTech, which it was, I would say, small at that time in size, but it's big in knowledge, has succeeded to produce one of the most amazing creation, one of the most amazing products or solution, which was the vaccine. And this, from a small amount of open innovation, they have sold nearly 2.8 billion doses at a certain cost. So the return of investment of this open innovation has become my whole globe. Thank you very much, and I'm open for any question if you have.
Thank you so much, Sid, for the beautiful insights and sharing. Talking about innovation and open innovation and communicating and connecting with many other startups in the industry. From your experience, what do you feel in your country? What is the exact gap that your existing startups have? to expand their network, or maybe if they are looking for more partnerships, what holding them, or is it happening really, really great? We don't know. If you can kindly share.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much for this question. Actually, just recently, we've been faced to two different situations. We have one of the giant in oil and gas industry, which is a company called Sonatrach, where they are called to, or, I mean, they are spending more than 10 to 15 billion USD into oil and gas services. And this amount for the company is leading her to, I mean, to be totally dependent to certain company, and they have no, I would say, choice but to deal with this contract. With open innovation, we have done some proposal, and we have put them in touch with some startup that have not been seen so far. We've organized those pitch days, and we expose the startup who are doing the same services elsewhere. So we connect them to each others, and they have been able to secure up to 80% of this OPEX of services, which is something amazing and massive. So till today, startup couldn't succeed or did not to get in touch with such big, were not really comfortable how to react, how to deal with the startups. But through us as an accelerator, RJ Venture, so they were more comfortable, and they were more, I would say, keen to try this open innovation, because we gave them sort of guarantee where we are accompanying these startups and giving them some mentorship, some coaching. And this was, I would say, a game changer. So after success to make a lot of cost saving, startup have been exposed. They start raising funds and getting involved into big or within big competitors that they couldn't imagine. If I'm just giving an example, startup today are competing with the Schlumberger's, are competing with the Baker Hughes, are competing with those service provider to our petroleum company. So this is one of the example. On the other side, also through this open innovation, we've seen insurance company that were always like in need of innovation, always in need of adaptation, always in need of development, where they were always connected or linked to certain service provider, but not mandatory startups. Today, the same thing. We succeed to put them into relation with those startups, and where they brought another value, more services from another third eye with cost efficiency. And this is the most important point we would like to highlight.
Super. What is the difference between incubation and acceleration, if you can kindly share?
Yeah, sure. Definitely. Actually, incubation, it's we have pre-incubation, we have incubation, and then we have acceleration process, actually, where we put all the phase, we structure the startup, we share with it how to build the startup, how to get funds, and mainly to structure the team, to expose the product. But the process is taking a little bit longer. While at the accelerator, as we do in our program also, incubation is, or what we call pre-incubation, is part of the acceleration program, but it's in a short time with the more dedicated resources, where we also add some funding to trigger this startup and to push it forward a little bit faster. We expose also to investors, and we give it the chance, not only through this open innovation, I would say, opportunity, where they have the chance to sell products, where they have the chance to get in front of them potential customer that they could not reach earlier. Through acceleration, it's I would say an easy way to get access to this market.
What's the funding opportunity at the moment happening in your accelerator, if you can share?
Today, our accelerator is one point of or our one milestones after labeling startup, because in our country what we have done, it's we have put a legal framework where we define what is startup. So startup that comply with certain criteria get a label of startup or innovative project even before creating the startup. This will give her the right or some advantage. Tax exemption will give her also access to finance, access to real estate. I mean, land. Any offices belong to government. They can set up a business easily. So then we have created this fund, Algeria Startup Fund, which we are a partner or stakeholder actually of this fund, where we can fund startup with ticket going from 20,000 USD till 250K, which is just a trigger or early stage or seed funding. So through acceleration and through our fund, we can support startup, not only the program, but with funding, just to push it forward a bit. And then we connect it like what we do almost twice per quarter. We connect to angel investors and VCs. We don't have that much VC in Algeria, but we are trying to connect also what we do. We connect to international VCs, and we raise funds into startups. We have plenty of startups that are doing business like locally and globally.
Brilliant. Sid, would be our pleasure if we can help in any way, whether it is raising funds or probably giving access to our venture capital or giving access to our network. I'll be more than happy if I can help personally into your accelerator. So this forum that we have created, rather, when I started this forum, let me give you a small brief background, how it all started. Well, I started back in 1998 as an entrepreneur when I actually left engineering and joined economics. That's my core subject. That was my core subject. And I started my company, which is Virtual Infocom. India is one of the first game development and VR and AI company. And when I started, people started calling me crazy, mad. This fellow have started something which is unheard of. Because if you look at 1998 in your slide, when you mentioned that year, it connects me a lot. On that time, internet was a luxury and PC was a luxury, at least in India.
Definitely.
And slowly, when I grew up into the entrepreneurial ecosystem, I did my master's in computer science while doing my business. I'm a bootstrapper. And there was no one who can actually help me to understand how business can grow and growth can happen. So after around 9 years, I started giving back as a mentor into quite a bit number of communities. I was inducted into India's one of the finest incubation center called IIM Calcutta Innovation Park. And I worked very deeply till date with them as a mentor and advisor. While doing all these kind of activities, I personally floated a platform called Entrepreneur Face, which is a merger acquisition and fundraising platform for SMEs and MSMEs, especially on the corporate scale. And while traveling the world, I traveled almost 40 odd countries in my life till date for business, multiple times in one country probably. Maybe you have heard that I have been into China for 4 or 5 times, Malaysia 2 times, or probably a couple of other countries. I'm not taking too much of time. I met a lot of great personalities. They are punctual in their time. They usually come before their meeting time, and we meet, we talk, we share food, we communicated and coordinate with each other. And then we felt that there is a big need that we should deliver these values to the world. So while doing the business expansion with my good friend Marco from Australia, we partnered with each other around 4 years back, probably. We started a investment banking company over there as well. And then we felt that let's create an ecosystem so that people can come, join and network and grow their knowledge and wisdom. So that's what we did in last pandemic in 2020. And we celebrated World Leaders Summit with 126 change makers from around 90 countries. Then we celebrated Women's Day for, I think, 3 days, if I'm not wrong, with 56 countries. So personalities like Swati Mandela, Craig Johnston, Bruce Hoppo, or, I can go on with names, like they're all great personalities. They came, they handshake with each other, and then we felt that we should take these things forward, even though pandemic didn't allow us to move and meet physically. But we started the digital platform, and we have an internal network. We have Facebook group of about 25,000 business people. It's called Entrepreneur's Story. Let me share that with all of you. I'm not sure how many of you know that exists even. Give me a moment. And then we try to connect with many more like-minded people so that they can grow and expand the horizon. We have an academy which is basically on demand from our, you can say, ambassadors. So we have an ambassador program. I'll talk about that at the maybe end of the session of today's session. But here is the Facebook group. So here we have got at almost 20.7K members who are pretty bit of active, and of course we coordinate and do business in our ecosystem. We call it as ecosystem. We don't call ourselves as a business club or business chamber, even though we act as a business chamber. We encourage people to come and join us and then expand the horizon of their business. This is how we are growing. So I'll request you to please stay with us. We have our next speaker with us at the moment, and she's from India. We have been listening from various different parts of the world since morning. We had Australia, we had Korea, then initially we had Canada 2 times, and then, correct me if I'm missing one country, and then we have you now from Algeria. Now it's time for our motherland, and let me have the pleasure to welcome our next speaker, Sadhana. Sadhana, can you hear us? Could you please unmute yourself?
Yes. Good
Super.
morning, Arijit. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. So Sadhana Giri is founder of Infinite Ripple, and it's my pleasure to welcome you in the World Leaders Summit as one of our speakers in 2021. The stage is yours. Please enlighten us with your knowledge and wisdom.
All right. So what I'm going to do today is share with you all my life journey, my evolution, and how I feel that e-education, which I was introduced not very long ago, I was in fact introduced just after the pandemic, how it can lead to the growth of our country, of any nation for that matter. So let me start with my journey. So I come from a very conservative family from Uttar Pradesh, which is a northern part of India. And patriarchy is deeply rooted in that part of the country. And not only in that part, but definitely across the northern India. And I had to shatter certain norms and certain boundaries that were limiting. And for that, I think my parents and my maternal grandparents were really very supportive, and it was their care and love which gave me that strength to just be that kind of a rebel who just wouldn't care about the social norms, the limiting beliefs, which actually disempower you, which do not let you be who you want to be in life. So one such incident happened in my village when I was really young. I was carefree, playful, and a happy child. And we were 4 sisters, and my father had a humble job of a teacher and a humble income, and he always supported his family. He was the youngest of 3 siblings, and he was the only one who was employed in a city, and therefore he on his own took upon himself to support financially his family, his mother. He lost his father when he was very young, with his mother and elder brother. So once we were there looking forward to this vacation in summer of 1990s. And I was having great fun with my sisters and village friends, and enjoying the shade of the mango orchard and devouring the local mango variety and local cuisine, and just going around and having fun. And one day I saw that my parents were not in their usual demeanor, and it really pained me because I love my parents. They were heroes for me, and I was very curious and I wanted to know as to what happened. But they were shocked, and I saw in their faces kind of that rejection and that shock, which was really, really appalling for me. And a few hours later, I got to know that my uncle had refused to share the ancestral house, and that was really devastating for my family, for my parents. So they had no other place to call home, and insecurity was like it gripped the family. And even though this was happening, there was a lot of spectrum of emotion within me that was taking place. At one end, I was really very sort of very sad, and felt like really worthless and insignificant, because somebody is not willing to share the ancestral house just because my parents have us girls and a particular gender and not the favored gender. And so that was kind of the emotion that I was having at one spectrum. But then I was reminded of the love that my parents always gave us, and they never discriminated. On the other spectrum, then was born a little rebel who just didn't want to believe that I am insignificant or my sisters are insignificant. And therefore, now we just quietly left. We were pained. We were pained that, of course, we didn't have a house, but then someone we call our own, someone our related through blood is acting very strange. And we just packed our bags and we left, and we had 2 choices: one to fight for the ancestral house, and the other to fight for our significance. And we chose the second one because by now we were certain that if we choose the second one to fight for our significance as girls, as women, I think we can have it all. We can definitely earn everything all by ourselves, whether it is house, whether everything material. I think we can acquire it by ourselves. And so then there was this there was this change of personality, like someone who's very carefree and not very studious suddenly became very studious, suddenly valued education more than she used to, started participating in a lot of activities which helped her shape her personality, shape my personality, and was part of the biggest youth program in our country, which is NCC, for 5 years, represented my directorate at Delhi, and acquired certificates, got elected as student council president in my college, and led a batch of 2,000 women, which was quite remarkable journey in its own. And then, nevertheless, always focused on my studies, never ignored it or anything like that. Never bunked my college, never never took even a single minute for granted. And 8 to 10 years from that day, I found myself in Indian Naval Academy, which is Asia's biggest academy, and as part of world's third most powerful militaries of the world. And that was a very proud moment for me, for my family, for my parents. And that changed everything. That changed everything because here I was in a community where they called me insignificant. They thought I was worthless. And here I got an opportunity where I was doing the same rigorous training with my male counterparts, marching shoulder to shoulder with them. And once I passed out, I in fact led men who were sometimes twice my age. So that was a major shift that happened in my life. And I was really very proud of that fact because certain icons in my life who I followed as a young girl, like APJ Abdul Kalam, Kiran Bedi, Mahatma Gandhi. I think one of them was impacting me so much, and my even commissioning letter was signed by then President APJ Abdul Kalam, and it was like a dream come true because my college was really close by this this college where he once did his physics in Tiruchirappalli. So that part, I did 12 years in the armed forces in the aviation branch as an air traffic control officer, and then life suddenly took a turn. Now I was a mother of 2 children, and it was difficult to leave that kind of a career. Also, there was policy wise, it was not very supported, continue of women in the services. And so I had to leave. And after I left, a lot of transition happened. I joined my husband who was deputed abroad. He is in the armed forces. And along with my 2 children, I was there playing a role of a mother. And now I was a mother of a young child of a few months old when I joined him. And then also as a supporting wife. But a few months into it, I thought that this is not my life forever. I have to be different. And so took up a lot of things, made a bucket list for myself, went around countries, and sometimes alone just with my kids because my husband was busy. And that on my young child, my infant, this record of being the most traveled infant in India. And then went around, participated in national and international pageant, competed with 150 women of Indian origin across the world in Greece, and bagged for myself a title called as Mrs. India Worldwide Pride of Nation 2019. And I made a lot of things in the 3 categories that I think is very mandatory for everyone, and that is growth, experiences, and contribution. So I was having tremendous experience of my life. I was growing, expanding because I was changing every time. I was adapting to a new kind of life. I was adapting to a new kind of role. I was changing. So there was growth and expansion. And then came the question of contribution. Like I said, I cannot go on doing the same thing. So the contribution and then life coaching was a natural inclination. My father being a teacher. And so I took up life coaching after some mandatory courses and international transformation programs, and took it up and started my journey of life coaching from Europe itself, and came back, and I was doing it full-fledged. I was being invited to speak. I was invited to coach and mentor. However, in 2020, Feb 2020, I think March 2020, came COVID. and there were a lot of restrictions, and I thought my life is over. My coaching career is just going to end. But just in a matter of 6 months, into it, learning the technology, learning the use of Zoom and other medium that is available to all of us. I think I got back. I got back and started my coaching full-fledged from online medium, and coached several batches and coached several individuals, several entrepreneurs, business people, women, young men and women as well. I mentored them, those who want to join armed forces. I mentored them, and it was fantastic. I think fantastic, and really satisfying, because here I was doing something which I thought I would never be able to do it because of the COVID and the restrictions. So the thing is that then the school became online, and a lot of other things shifted online, and we saw that a lot of people had to adapt to that kind of change. The teachers had to adapt, the children had to adapt, and it was a necessary kind of a call that you have to adapt. Now, of course, now I was online and I had to expand now. As a founder of Infinite Triples, I thought, why not have an online academy? And then I started this academy called as Infinite Academy. Up until now, I have coached around 10,000 people in the academy, from the academy, and I believe that I believe that it is such a wonderful opportunity. Although the future is hybrid, I believe that it's still, I think people are going back. But I believe that if education comes online, there are a lot of change can happen, a lot of growth can happen. Economy will be boosted, because a lot of people, those who are not very sound infrastructure wise, they are not very fortunate, and they're working. They have to sometimes leave school because they just cannot go sit for their schools hours together, and or college hours together, and because they have to earn, they have to survive. And so it is very important that that the education shall shift online, so that a lot of people, a lot of young boys and girls who are limited, who have limited resources, can take it up online, their education, while they are working. And the education rate will increase, the literacy will increase. Not only that, it will make India more skillful. It can make any country more skillful, and they can learn the things that they are passionate about, and they can start their own businesses. And I had this not very long ago, about 6 to 7 months ago, I had this opportunity to coach a bank officer, SBI manager, and he came from a very poor background. He told me that in the day shift he used to work, he used to wash plates in a restaurant, and at night he used to just attend those night schools. And wouldn't it be so comfortable and convenient if this kind of online education is introduced, so that such people don't have to exert a lot, and because of that, don't give up on education, don't give up on their dreams. I think that man was very determined and passionate about his dreams, and it made him a manager here, in a very recognized bank. So I think I think it is time that that online education becomes online education becomes a reality, and it enhances the growth of the country through various opportunities, through various skill-based learning. That's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Sadhna. Talking about online education, I'm not sure whether you are aware or not. Probably we are India's first company, first education institute, which went online in 2010. Since 2010 onwards, we are teaching students worldwide, but that is mainly into deep tech technologies, AR, VR, gaming, and animation and coding. We have kids program and we have adults program and corporate program. And online is the future. It was a future. It will be the future. Whatever happens, whether we are opening, we are going for physical or physical plus digital, this will continue. And another input for you, probably I was the first person in our own state of West Bengal. I'm a visiting faculty in a couple of places, couple of universities, including as a board of advisor, but I love to teach till date young kids, young minds. So I introduced, before pandemic, I introduced the online training into a college here in Bengal. Initially, you won't believe there was a lot of resistance because Indians will love saying, no, we will not do it. Okay, initially. So that happened from the students. I was doing it because I felt that because I travel a lot worldwide, it's going to be real difficult for me to hop into the college maybe once in a week. I made it simple for them so that they can connect me anytime. But now look at the situation. They don't have any other option but to go for online. Another interesting input, virtual Infocom went completely on cloud in 2018 end, where no one probably felt that there is a need of going complete cloud and go for home-based working, like working from home. When pandemic happened, we were not affected. See, it's all about the vision and the industry news that you can gather and grow with the flow. Talking about our defense, I'm really glad and honored that you are from that industry. I have got amazing friends who are colonels from the defense, even an ex-colonel, a great friend of mine. He's a Bengali. He used to serve our past Abdul Kalamji. And in fact, I have got a little bit of connection with the defense as well. Maybe this is not the forum because this is not my place to speak. I'm just a host and a catalyst to give all of you guys a platform to grow. Talking about WLS ecosystem, I'm not sure how many of you know it. Let me repeat once again. If you have any kind of business need, feel free to connect back with us. Approximate 35,000 business owners are waiting for you to collaborate and handshake. Recently, we launched our own business acceleration program plus our own fund. Feel free to apply on the pitching page of Co-Innovate Ventures. So this is www.coinnovateventures.com. For the sake of everyone, let me share that. We have multiple different ambassadors from various countries. Few are active, few are inactive. Inactive, we usually say, okay, fine, goodbye, thank you for joining. Active, we always handshake. A couple of our active ambassadors asked us to create platforms which can actually help them to grow, including their entire network. So for them, we created several platforms and working fine. But for the sake of all, I'll share my screen to understand what is Co-Innovate Venture, and then we'll hop for one or two questions, and then after that, we'll go for our next speaker. This is Co-Innovate Ventures. If you have your pitch deck, feel free to pitch your business over here. This is a page called pitching. Feel free to fill it up properly, read it properly, what you need to give, because we are going to have an investor meetup very soon, next year or end of this year, physically. We're trying to work it out. Probably we'll be having it in Dubai. We already declared. So hopefully we'll do that over there physically and have an investor-investee meetup over there. Talking about support system, of course, we have got entire variety of supports that you can imagine. Feel free to hop into the website. I'm not going to take a lot of time of yours. It's coinnovateventures.com. Talking about our property dealing. We have started our own property buy and sell, which is available again. We are online, and Melvin is one of the dear friend who is, of course, in our network as our core committee member. And together with Marco, Melvin, Craig, and a couple of others, we started this property buy sell, which includes not only property, it includes, of course, cars and luxury yachts. We are unable to sell any kind of jet as of now, but yes, rest of the things, we are totally okay to enlist. If you have that, if you feel that you want to buy, you want to sell, you want to enlist, you want to add, feel free to connect back. Talking from the digital perspective, you can always check me online, maybe Google me. My spelling is Arijit Bhattacharya, A-R-I-J-I-T, space B-H-A-T-T-A-C-H-A-R-Y-Y-A. I'm not going to take a lot of your time. Check me out. If you feel that we can do something together, feel free to get back. So I've got one question for you. When you mentor, you said that you mentor entrepreneurs as well. What is the exact kind of mentoring that you give them?
So I mentor them based on basically the mindset, the beliefs that might be holding them back. That is the kind of mentorship I give them.
Okay, so
I basically give them confidence. I teach them how to communicate. I teach them how to ask universe what they want from life.
okay, so this applies for anybody, right? It doesn't
It applies to
mean that it
anyone.
has to be for the entrepreneurs only.
Yes, yes,
It applies for anyone.
yes.
Super. So I'll share one more screen with you. I actually closed it down. I have one of my portfolio company. If you feel that you want to connect with them, feel free to connect with them. Give me a moment. Yeah. So they do, of course, not exactly coaching that you do, but they are mainly into spirituality, MMA, fighting, yoga. It exists in Thailand, Phuket, with few of my colleagues. I would say colleagues now because I'm one of the investor over here. But then if you wish to connect with them, feel free, let me know. We'll be happy to connect you back. They do amazing work over there in this particular small island. And people from across the world, they usually come for rehab sessions, mentoring sessions, proper uplifting of life. And of course, if they want to touch base spirituality. So willing to have you on board if you wish to connect with our entire array of network. There are around 64 different verticals that we work with several different countries. The number is 95 at the moment. And as you can see that already we have several different ambassadors who are joining us. Now, ambassador program is pretty simple for us, although the name is looking very, very flashy. It's for the people who are really willing to grow with us, connect with us, handshake with us, and grow with us. It's a simple concept. We have different vertical of committees. There is a women empowerment committee, there is a leadership committee, there is a public speaking committee. So we usually encourage people to join who are from the similar industry, handshake with us, and then we can give them all the support and they can probably bring their network, we can bring our network and grow eventually. That's the ambassador program that we run. If you need any of our ambassadors support, feel free to connect. And we usually by choice send invitation to individuals to become ambassadors. Thank you so much, Sadhana ji, for coming and sharing your insights and your speech. Thank you so much. I'll ask yourself to go on mute at the moment. Please stay with us. We have our next speaker, and she's from our neighbor country. Gulzar, if you are here, could you please unmute yourself? Thank you. Thank you so much. You are muted, Gulzar. I can't hear you. If you can please unmute yourself. Your microphone is muted. Your video is off now. Please check your connection. Yeah, your video is there, but you are muted. Please connect that with your microphone.
Can you hear me now?
100%. Yes.
Yes. Thank you so much, Arjit. How are you?
All good. Rocking. I'm not sleeping for last.
Brilliant.
Yeah, I'm not sleeping for last 14 days and totally dedicated to people, calling them, communicating with them so that they can come on
I could
time.
see that. I could see that on YouTube as well as on LinkedIn. I have been observing, I have been going through with all the updates, and you have been doing the brilliant work for WLS and etc. Much more, you are doing a remarkable job at your end in order to execute the program successfully with all the individual in amalgamation. It is a brilliant task which you are doing right now.
Thank you, Gulzar. We are blessed that we have personalities like you who are supporting the cause. Whenever we post, we see your like, and that's a big support. Trust me or not, this is a big support that we can expect. Thank you so
According
much
to
for
my
coming.
perception. Thank you so much. According to
Yeah.
my perception,
So
what I believe.
let me welcome you to World Leaders Summit 2021 as one of our speaker. Gulzar is from our neighbor country, Pakistan. The floor is yours. Please kindly share your speech and deliver it in front of the audience.
Thank you so much. Initially, I would like to extend my gratitude to WLS 2021 for honoring me to be the part of the WLS 2021 as a speaker, and the content which I have depicted, that is strategies for creating a positive employees experiences in the year that is 2021, though it has begun from 2020 and it is an ongoing process. We are going through with an unprecedented phase, which that there is instability. In regard to that, as a employer or a manager, it is very important for the perception to adapt. Without humility, there is no humanity in any of the industry globally. This applies for all individuals in every industries, whether it's a manager or it's a subordinates. It has to go accordingly in order to execute the organization successfully within the organization. Then you collaborate with other organization, and then you collaborate more for the surplus that is nationally and then globally. This is how you work about. It's a kind of a dot to dot, links to links, lines to lines. This is how you go about. Now the thing is it is very important for the manager to motivate each and every employee by saying a positive sentence. Should be having the courage, should be having the strength of, should be having the sparks of coming up with the positive attitude, like saying, because employees matters. Employees, because none of the CEO in any of the organization or globally can do a follow accomplishment. It's a teamwork. It is a team collaboration. This is how you come up with the global collaboration, right? Then you should be coming up with like saying, we love your commitment. It is a kind of a motivation that when you say such kind of a sentence, an individual tends to do more and more towards organization, has a focused vision, has a focused attitude, optimism, and then this is how you go about. Now the pointers which I'm going to depict to in regard to creating positive employees experiences. The first is you have to be inclusive. As a manager, you have to be inclusive. You have to take all the, being a manager, being a leader, you have to ensure that all the individual, all the subordinates are hearing your voice, are getting the same information which is to be executed from the organization. They should be knowing, they should be having the updates, like they are hearing the voices. He or she should be aware of the individuals. The second pointer is keep your promises. When you recruit an individual, it is very significant for a manager or an employee to keep the promises and the pledges, what you have promised at the time of when you recruit any individual, because the promises does matter a lot. It is a kind of a commitment that is, it speaks of your individuality, that is your brand. You are the brand of the organization. You are the brand of the nation. Then you become the brand of the global. This is how it works, because it travels, such things travels from word of mouth. It travels from one organization to another organization because they tend to discuss amongst themselves, the individuals. Now the third is the pointer, the third and next one is coming up to find out what motivates them. You have to find out what motivates them. Work conditions are all determined by your employees. It is all determined by your employees, how you deal with the employees. As a leader, It's your job to talk with the crew. You are the captain. You are the captain of the aircraft. Therefore, you have to take the crew accordingly, smoothly. When you take off the aircraft, they should be knowing, they should be having the information in regard to all the steps, and then accordingly, then you land off. This is how the organization, when you come up with the organization, with the startup, you have to be very vigilant. You have to be focused with the vision and mission in order to reach the assigned task, in order to reach the assigned goals. The next pointer is provide direction, alignment, and commitment. If these three are intercepted, it is very important. There is nothing impossible that without direction, alignment, the things are aligned. And when the things are aligned, you come up with the commitments. This is how the things are executed from the organization, from the managers, and the role. The manager plays a vital role for the organization because he or she is the vital, significant individual. The manager does not accomplish as a manager. It is a post of a leader. Leader means you have to show your action. Action radiates louder than words, very loud. Because when you show your action, this is how you go about with your execution. The next one is change your culture around failure. If you tend to have any kind of hiccups, if you tend to have any kind of hindrance from the employees, and you are required, it is the sole responsibility of the manager to ask the query, to come up with a query, what kind of hindrance or what kind of hiccups he or she is facing, because this is an unprecedented phase, because things are unstable and you should be understanding the psychology. We all come from different backgrounds. Coming from different backgrounds, we have different cultures, different perception, different understanding. So therefore, you should be knowing the psychology, you should understand the humanity. Humanity is integrated very much with integrity and humility. The next one is always make time for your employees. It is very important, significant for the to function the organization, to operate the startup. It is very important for the employer or the manager to make time, to give time, to extend time for the employees, because they may come up with any queries anytime. So therefore, you should be well informed. There should not be any kind of restrictions or boundaries that you are not supposed to do this or that. There has to be some kind of a relaxation, flexibility, adaptability should be there for understanding. The next one is keep an open communication channel. Your channel of communication should be open, because you may come up with any query, maybe late in evening or maybe early morning. So you should be vigilant. You should be having the kind of access to communicate which at a fast pace, which can be an email, which can be an WhatsApp, which can be a mode of communication. There are many modes of communication now, because this is a digital transformation. It has already adapted. It is already executed globally. So therefore, you should be coming up with this kind of strategy with digital transformation, with digital marketing, and you should be prepared to answer the queries to your subordinates. The next one is inspire and empower the team. You have to inspire. Being a role model, it is your responsibility. When you accept inspiration, they will come up with aspiration. The outcome will be fruitful. The outcome will be promising up to the required standard. Then the next one is don't micromanage your team. Never micromanage your team, because this is very important. You tend to micromanage when there is partiality, but then the accomplishment declines, it deteriorates, it affects a lot to the mental psychology. because the employees, they tend to discuss among themselves, or they may or they may not, but never micromanage your staff, your team members, because once if you do this, you won't be able to have the execution successfully. This is very important during this phase, and in time to come. This applies for all industries globally. Never micromanage. You have to understand, because you have to understand any individual must be facing some kind of hiccups, some kind of problem. So you should understand and go accordingly and talk to the individual, not all together, like in private. You should be discussing such thing. If you find anything, then you should be discussing in private. But when there are meetings on like digital meetings, then you should be, you should acknowledge, you should appreciate their accomplishment, because it's a very challenging task. The phase is very challenging, and all of them are not familiarized with this kind of digital transformation. It takes time, and it will take time, but though they will come up to the required standards, so you should be understanding what they are facing, and at times it can occur at your end also. So you should be like having a flexibility in understanding also. Then leverage design thinking. Your thinking should be optimistic. It is very important. The manager's thinking has to be optimistic, should be having a broad vision, should come up to their understanding. You should come up to their understanding. You should come up, because you are leading the company. You are leading the startup. You are there, but you are supposed to be there because you are showing your action. It is action always radiates louder version. So according to the action, they come up with the strategies in understanding their assigned tasks from the employer's end. Then the next is build online community. This is already there. We have already going through with online community, which is right now we are going through with online community. This is a digital transformation, which I'm already like, many speakers already are through with the online digital transformation as a speaker, and right now it is going. So online community is also very important, and you should be going accordingly with the perception and give the right conception of the content. Then utilize personality tests. Personality test, when you have a digital meeting, when you have an online meeting, ask them some questions, take the feedback, and then you will analyze, you will assess at the same time that individual has that individual been able to understand what message was delivered. So this is a kind of a feedback you will get during online assessment, personality assessment. And when you come up with any kind of a positive or whatever positivity, do acknowledge. It is very important to acknowledge and appreciate the individual and give positive feedback. Next is focus on increasing positive stress. The stress which
Guzar,
yeah.
Take a sip of water. You are doing fine. Just take a sip of water.
Can I?
Please, why
Can
not? Come on, in this
sure.
family.
Okay. Thank you so much. Coming back, apologies with the hiccups. Now moving on this, focusing that is on increasing positive stress. Like we all can have stress at the workplace or at home or working from home. So in order to overcome the stress, you discuss with the individual, like one-to-one basis, not all together, just one-to-one basis, because you have to keep yourself. They should be having the sense of responsibility, sense of understanding, sense of ownership. This you have to extend. This is the role of a leader, to extend, to make them feel that they are the part of the organization. They are important to us. Without them, you cannot execute the task. It is very important, like the way you are executing for WLS and for many of the organization. It is likewise that you have to understand and go accordingly, with the keeping in mind with the phase. Then the next one is categorize tasks based on importance. The thing which is on priority for the organization or for the startup, for the to execute, take that on the top list, on the priority, that this thing has to be done on this date, and the time frame you should be giving the target. The timeline should be there. And accordingly, step by step, it is aligned. When you give the direction, the alignment is set. When you give the alignment, you come up with the commitment. When you come up with the commitment, you come up with the execution. When you come up with the execution, you come up with the promising outcome. This is how it goes about. And in case, if you're unable to give the, maybe you're not getting the response from the other organization, or it may take time. In that regard, you should be asking them, do the follow-up. You do the follow-up, because anything can take time. It takes time also. So do the follow-up with the organization, because this is a phase of merge collaboration. It is not that you are working solo. It is a merge. You have to merge with the organization. You have to merge within the nation. You have to merge with the global. You should have that kind of perception. Then coming up with this is very important. Now coming up with the appreciation, very, 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 very significant for any of the employee, even I will say for any of the manager, to acknowledge by saying, you are one of the best we have. You can say this. You can extend your gratitude. This is a kind of a gratitude you extend to the employee. It makes them feel proud. You should honor them. Like in this hard phase, they are coming up with such kind of challenges. It takes a lot of effort and courage, strength to cope up, because meetings, they come up anytime. It comes up early morning, it comes up late night. So you should understand this and ensure that your employee is getting enough rest. Mental peace, mental rest is very important. If mental peace is there, the individual is able to execute challengingly, is able to execute willingly, is able to execute mindfully. They should be having the peace of mind. Should understand this is a very important. If you're working for any of the managers, and when you are not happy, you're not having a peace of mind, then it serves no purpose. You are just wasting your time. You are investing your time. You are investing your skills by doing the work, because the skills are always enhanced through practicality. So therefore, you should understand, give them peace of mind by appreciating and acknowledging that I am grateful to all my staff members. I am grateful to all my employees. Then a little thanks can go a long way in motivating our employees. Thanks for being so dedicated, competent to the cause of our company, because our company has grown, our company has prospered because of your presence. Make them feel their presence is significant. Make them feel that they matter a lot to the company. Make them realize that, so that they should not be having a kind of a hiccups like we don't get any kind of motivation from the employer. So therefore, they are demotivated and the accomplishment or declines. You have to motivate, you have to understand this. Then the next one is each one of you is worthy of being the best. Each and every individual is worthy. You have to be, there should be an equality in dealing with subordinates. You should not be having evade with micromanagement. This will never work because they will come to know you should be impartial with all individuals. Thanks for being an asset of the company. They are asset of the company. Without them, you cannot work. Without them, you cannot execute any of the assignment, any of the tasks, whatever the designation job titles you have assigned them. That matters a lot to the organization because everything is connected from dots to dot, link to links, line to lines. When the chain is there, right from the bottom, you come up and then hierarchy, then you come up to the top. This is how it speaks about the volume of the organization. This is very important. When it speaks a loud volume of the organization, a loud version, that means that organization is up to the required standard. Individuals will talk about that organization like they are doing very well. This is how the culture is. The culture of the organization is healthy, not having toxic culture. It is very important. Do not have toxic culture. Always adapt the strategy of healthy culture, because the other organization, when they come to know that this organization, the work culture is healthy, they will come up with the business collaboration. This is how they will come up with the collaboration with this organization, and then it will prosper. It will grow further. The word of mouth, it travels because you are dealing with the consumers. You are dealing with, as you are the customer of the organization. So it is also important for the customers to deal with the consumers accordingly. Consumer, this is the market of consumers. You have to welcome the consumers. You have to take care of their understanding. You have to take care of what they like, what is their psychology. You should be asking them questions. This is very important. You should understand what, if they don't like anything, try to persuade them, try to coax them. And this is how you come up just by selling your brands, your products. Then the next one is, you are special to us. Obviously, they are very much special to us, both the employees and the consumer, and they are very much important to us because you build a company is built with an employee. Firstly, you build an employee. When you build an employee, you build a company. When you build a company, you have the business. When you have the business, you have the consumers. So it is all, the chain is all intercepted. You have to understand this right from the beginning, when you go with a startup, or when you go with whatever you want to execute. So everything does matter during the time, and in the time to come throughout, it will matter. This is a challenging task. Then you are always leading by example. Obviously, they are leading by example because they will do the work up to the required standard. When they do the work, execute the work in dealing with the consumers up to the required standard. Like in case, if a consumer comes to you to buy some kind of product, that, like for example, a shoe or a fabric, whatever, and there are varieties of things lying in the outlets. And if the consumer is unsatisfied or likes it or anything like that, you should welcome that consumer. You should ask them some questions, and try to be friendly, try to be courteous. You have to be courteous in dealing with the consumers as well. This is how you go about, this is how you build up your brand. This is how you build up your organization. There has to be a healthy ethos within the work culture and other organization in joint collaboration. And you should always be from employers or from managers. And it is important to propagate an optimistic usage of words radiates aloud. Usage of words speaks very loud. You have to be optimistic, very optimistic. Instead of using the incorrect word, it gives a very bad impact because you are the product of your own individuality. This is you can say of understanding the psychology.
Super, Gulzar. If you are open for question and answer, I'll be more than happy to ask you first question. Is it
Sure.
Okay. Before we jump into our next speaker, Ayram is already here. I think she'll be speaking a lot more and giving a lot more insights on e-waste and environment. But before we hop into a complete different subject altogether, wow, well, from your perspective, what do you feel the difference between a team and employee?
The team and employee. It is the team, none of the team can accomplish without an employee. None of the team. The team is very important, far more important than all the individual. When you induct an individual, it becomes 1, 2, 3, 4, it's a surplus, and it becomes a team. That is called teamwork, team collaboration, nation collaboration, organization collaboration, and global collaboration. Without employee, you cannot come up with a team. This is a team collaboration. This is what we are going presently with WLS. This is a team collaboration with the global, the different speakers are there. It's a team collaboration.
But these speakers are not employees. So how can you say that this is a team?
The speakers are not employee, but they are employee of the, from their part, they are the employees on globe. They are the employee. No?
Some of the speakers actually spoke who are ministers, so they are not probably employee as employee. Some of them run, or rather I would say maximum of them run their own business. So who run their business, probably they are not employed by someone. There are freelancers who are not employee. There are professionals like a legal person who already spoke, and we will have many sports personalities today evening. There are business chamber founders. So these people are not employees, but they are team players. So how do you define a team player? How do you define a team? And how do you define an employee? If you need my inputs, I can give you.
Yes, you may, please. I would like to hear. Yes,
Super.
sure.
In one-liner answer, a team is someone, it can be a group, who can take bullets for you. Example, when you create a company, when you create a project, if you have a group of people who are not joining you for salary, rather they are joining you to build that company or to build that project or to build that prototype so that they can enjoy the reward as a money, as name and fame, these group are called as team. Employees are the group of people, group of individuals, or maybe a personality who is joining your company for salary. Eventually, they become a team member, but a team member never ever
very much compliant
and become an employee. So
very much compliant.
From the perspective of probably, I don't know, because I teach a lot of coaches how to coach. So this is a concept when you actually try to portray a knowledge to someone's mind. When you are talking to a startup, they usually feel, I have got 5 employees, that's my team. They try to put that into their pitch deck. It doesn't actually affect much because these guys are salaried people. They can leave in any given point of time.
Right.
From the perspective of company, a team player is an equity holder into your company. Okay?
This is what I use the word equity. This is what I emphasize of equity and optimistic and positivity. The positivity, all the positive energy should travels from the right, from the top management. This is how it goes about, because they should understand when the healthy culture is there within the organization, within the startup, they will tend to work with enthusiasm. This is with enthusiasm, and this is the outcome will be promising. This is very important. They should understand that they are investing their time, rather than you should not be giving that kind of a perception that you are earning a money. No, this is not. your peace of mind is much more important than money, much more important. If you're having a peace of mind, relaxation, if you're happy with the ethos, then you will be able to move, you will be able to accomplish, execute the task accordingly, successfully. And you will understand that this individual is working for the organization from heart, not for the money. This is very important understanding, because mostly what happens, like the individuals, they tend to come up with earning for money, for salary. No, you are investing your time, you are investing, you're giving your skills, you are imparting your knowledge. So you should understand that this is significant, far more significant. Your execution, your peace of mind, your optimism is very important than money.
Completely agree. These are not that we are not accepting. Everyone will accept that. There is no question that none of the personalities who are running successful businesses, not probably a small shop, they will 100% understand that a person, when they join an organization, they are giving their time, their skill set. That's the reason they are drawing a salary. I'm talking different. I'm talking when you are building a company from the initial stage or maybe in the growth stage. My perception is completely different. Whatever I have learned small, if you have people in your team, maybe they are your employees, eventually become your team member. Maybe someone who is your customer, they say, hey, you know what? You are a startup. Maybe you have started a new unique juice, and I really didn't like your taste, but I can help you to enhance the taste. And let me come to your team. Let me join you, and then create probably a great product together. That's what I call as building a team. He is not coming for money. He is coming for the joy, enjoyment, and love, so that they can create something beautiful together.
This is a contribution and amalgamation.
Please let me finish. It sometimes happens from employees. It sometimes may not happen from employees, and when you're talking about top management in startups, trust me, Gulzar, I mean, I deal a lot with these startups who have got only 5 people, only 2 people, only probably 15 people, maximum 50 people, 50 in their initial stage. Because of their business nature, they don't need a BPO service. Okay, they don't need thousands of employees. For them, it's not that easy to understand, okay, 5 of them are my teammates and maybe 15 of them are my employees. They can't connect that. They expect if somebody is joining me, that means they will continue with me and create something beautiful with me. That's their perception. Now, when someone joins a company, if that's a fresher, maybe an experienced person, in due course of time, it is duty of both the individual to understand each other. It's not only employees understanding, it's not only employers understanding. It has to be from the both end. For an example, I'll give you a live example. In my life, I have faced a lot of ups and downs in life while building Virtual Infocom. There was a time, probably in 2002 or 2003, when I couldn't pay salaries to many people in the company. I was not earning, and I was burning my own savings for 6 months. I never ever told anybody, any of the employee group, that I'm burning, I'm not earning. Okay, and I'm giving salary from my savings, whatever I'm earning. They never realized it. But from that group of 16 people, 2 girls came and they said, sir, you are not eating in lunch. What happened? I said, nothing happened. They started talking to me. They connected to my family, came back to me next morning, said, sir, you are burning salary from your bank account. I'm not going to take my salary for the next 3 months. Please don't pay me. That's what I call a great team member. Till date, they are with me. Now, holding a topmost position with a equity. But this is what I call as understanding of employer and an employee relationship. I'm totally agree. Like, it has to come from employee and employer. But my question was actually different. And when you
the connectivity of mindset.
Yes, that's what can connect individuals.
the connectivity of mindset, the connectivity, because when you open up yourself, this is how you have to open up. You have to understand, because you face some kind of hiccups, hurdle. So that has to be, they should be having the kind of a courage to speak up to the employer, to speak up, to come and say, or come and ask, or come up with the query. Like, if you are having this kind of hurdle, you may oblige us. You can come up. We will call, like, they will come up to the, even they will sacrifice. This is how they come up with, like, they compromise with a lot of things also. They come up with a lot of giving their time also. Overtime also they do that. They do this, and there should be, this is how you should be acknowledging, like, when they are giving their overtime, it is very important that these all things matters. You should know that this individual, like the individuals are giving, employees are giving a lot of time to the company, to the organization for the growth. So they should be having the realization of the employers, and like, in case if you are unable to pay incentive, that's fine, but the word of appreciation, the motivation should be there. This makes a remarkable change in the personality, overall personality of the individual. Because even if the employer
if we continue, we will probably miss our next speakers. We are actually overshooting time, so I will take the opportunity to invite our next speaker. Next two speakers we have, one from India, another one from Canada. I'll go with India first, and then we'll hop into the Canada speaker. Gulzar, thank you so much for all the insights. Would love to work with you very closely. Please be in touch as you do. So I'll ask you to please keep yourself mute, and I'll ask our next speaker. She is from India, speaking about circular economy and waste management. Welcome to World Leaders Summit. Could you please unmute yourself? And I can see that you're there in your video.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Arjit Bhattacharya, and hello everyone. Good morning and good evening in whichever time zones we are all in. Thanks for providing this platform to talk about circular economy and sustainability. I'll start with a brief introduction about myself. So my name is Iram Maimuna, and I'm co-founder of eWaste Social. We are a B2B technology platform connecting corporate businesses, industries directly to registered recycler, ensuring that the waste does not go into the landfill or into the hands of underage children, and also ensuring that the corporates who are the generator of waste get value out of that waste. So basically, why we started circular economy, we must be all aware about. It's an alternative model to a linear system, which now appears because the linear system is reached its physical limitation. So the stress on recycling and refurbishing has become more important. To transition to a circular economy, companies must not only be aware, but also engage in more sustainable practices. So we cannot allow companies to just greenwash and say that, okay, we are sustainable, but through our platform, we are providing them access to ensure that recycling is done. So it's an online platform where you can create auction in 3 easy steps, and the recycler can also bid in 3 easy steps. So I met, I'll just share a story with you. So yesterday I met a large recycler, and he told me that why would anybody want to come onto your platform? We have enough recyclers, and they can just go to anyone. And why would they want to give you a transaction fees of 10%? So then I had to tell him and explain it to him that it's the convenience. See, a lot of people are among us want to ensure that we are sustainable, but we don't have the means to achieve that. You'll have plastic bottles at home, electronic waste at home, textile waste at home, but you really don't know, where to dispose it of or where to recycle. Through our platform, we are giving them the access to ensure that they are not only able to recycle it, but get some value out of it. It's an open platform. Anyone can create an auction, but currently it's a B2B mode, it's open for businesses corporates and industry across India. So it's a pan-India platform. Coming back to why circular economy is so important, because we know that we don't have unlimited resources. Our resources are getting diminished, and we need to think, rethink, innovate our business models, and ensure that our companies and businesses are environmental conscious and sustainable. Another example which I would like to share with you. While visiting a leading hotel chain, so what they have done is to cut down on plastic bottles and ensure refillable glass bottles. So they have cut down completely on the plastic bottles and ensure that they are using glass bottle instead of that. So they're providing with water, filtered water, but in glass bottle. So this way they are able to cut down thousands of plastic bottles which will be generated per day. And this not only promotes sustainability, but also creates awareness among all the stakeholders. So another example, I was in one of the NASSCOM Mighty seminar, and there I saw, that there was a small change wherein the water was in glass bottles, and they were glasses, but on the top of of course the biscuits were in wrapped in individual packets. So it was contradictory, but small steps. So you cannot be ensure that, okay, you will be completely waste free or ensure that you'll be completely circular in a day. It's the small steps what we need to all take as individual stakeholders. And that's what is important. Coming back to the current, 10 years ago, what model we had was take, make, dispose. And since past 10 years, the model has been take, make, recycle, refurbish, upcycle, or reuse. India being world's largest producer of, third largest producer of electronic waste and second largest producer of textile waste, and there is a need for circularity. I think, but as Indians, we are more of we more have a saving culture where we do not want to dispose of anything or discard anything. So we want to ensure that whatever we have, either we give it for reusing or for recycling or for refurbishing. So that way the mindset, at least of the people in the previous generation, was that the coming generation is again the H&M and the Zara, which is fast fashion. They want to ensure that they have the latest, and that's why the need for recycling is becoming so important in today's generation. So coming to the different ways of circularity, I spoke about recycling, and one of it is our platform is providing access to both the corporates and the recyclers to ensure that we recycle in an appropriate way. So every stakeholder in the company needs to ensure that they are sustainable. A lot of companies are taking initiatives to provide their employees with bottles so that they don't use plastic bottle. But we were all hit by COVID, and that created a huge, humongous amount of waste, which was in the form of PPE case, mask, and still is being created. So we need to tackle that as well. Companies also need to take responsibility of, while they are manufacturing, that they don't manufacture to dump, but they need to ensure that they manufacture to repair. So a lot of the designs are made in such a way that they cannot be repaired. So if you are you must be all aware that you buy a toaster, and if it gets spoiled, you're never going to go take it to a repair shop to get it repaired. Because it's cheaper to buy a new one than getting it repaired. So it's designed to dump. But whereas if they spend a little bit more, and if the companies can take that initiative where they're designing to last, which used to happen 2 decades ago, that would be really good for our environment. So the companies need to take that ownership to ensure that the design is there to last, not to dump. Again, apart from responsible production, we need responsible consumption as well. So we can see a lot many corporates and businesses and industries wanting to have their sustainability reporting, impact reporting, but how much measures are being taken. So that's important. So when the mindset shift will be there from every stakeholder, the employees will start asking the company, they would want to work only for sustainably smarter companies or sustainably who are ensuring circular economy. Circular economy also provides a reliable structure for radically improving the current business models within the scope of development, as well as boosting the well-being of the environment. So in the West, we have companies fighting, people fighting with large giants. I could take the name of Apple to ensure that they are able to repair. And few places they have also gotten the the rights to repair now. And there are mobile phones which are being manufactured in Europe, which can be upgraded by few changes in the hardware, and not the entire model needs to be changed. And so that's the mindset what we require. So circular economy also requires a systematic change, not only to reduce the impacts of the linear economy, but also to construct long-term resilience and generate economic and business opportunities while returning environmental and social benefits. You must be all aware that the three principles from the for the circular economy has always been preserving and enhancing the natural capital, optimizing the resources to ensure even from a laptop which has gold, palladium, and every bit is extracted, stimulating the effectiveness of the system and identify and excluding negative externalities at the outset. We need to extensively keep all the stakeholders, that is the government, business, academics, to ensure that all people, the stakeholders are aware about it. Because see, if one company tries to be sustainable and the employees are not, so then the whole ethos of it gets disrupted. So the biggest thing I feel in sustainability, what we need to do is ensure that we make maximum use of any resource that we have. So any equipment what we buy, or any clothes what we buy, a jean takes 3,000 liters of water to manufacture. So before you are discarding a pair of jeans, you must think I'm discarding 3,000 liters of water. Is it really worth it? So if I can reuse it or give it for upcycling or recycling. We need to utilize more of natural resources like solar, wind, and more renewable resources. Coal is not an option. Again, we have EVs coming in, but I am in a dilemma with the EVs because we have lithium-ion batteries with them, and lithium-ion batteries create a humongous amount of waste. Totally and right. that waste is difficult to even recycle appropriately, though we have facilities in India and across the country, across the world, but still the ill effects of EVs we'll get to know only after 10 years, and how efficiently we are able to recycle the lithium ion. So again, hydrogen is another next emerging fuel, and nuclear is not an option because that's very hazardous, and any small manual or technical flaw can have really bad repercussions. I think ensuring we all saw that during COVID time, like the pollution levels considerably dropped down. So let's not force ourselves into get into such a situation, but if countries can definitely take some some measure to ensure that we are car free for a day in a week or 2 days in a month, to ensure that the level of pollutions come down. So, and also to aggregate the informal sector. So that's another bigger challenge what we all have, because informal sector is still dismantled by hand, and that releases a lot of toxins into the environment. So to ensure that they get some benefits from the company, we can look for CSR initiatives by the company, and that they don't dismantle by hand. So that's something we can look at. So I think the best would be reuse, upcycle, refurbish, and the last would be to recycle, and the least would be to dump into the landfill. Ensure that nothing goes into the hands of underage children, and we need to also ensure that we have sharing models, rather than buying a product, we have sharing models as and when we require, and that's going to be the future. The mindset is shifting in the West. I think Europe is taking the lead to become more conscious. But they need to be also ensuring that waste does not have to travel. So their waste should not travel to Africa to get recycled. They need to clean recycle their waste in their own backyard. So we need to ensure that there is no movement of waste. Waste needs to be recycled at the place where it is being generated. And that's going to be the biggest empowerment for any country when they are able to do that. So coming to that, yeah, thanks everyone for listening me out. Let me know if you have any questions.
Yeah, I have my first question.
Yeah.
We have been actually working a lot. We means a couple of my portfolios and few of my mentees. They are actually working a lot on environmental changes. In fact, two of my mentored startup based out of India, they are into alternative source of power and energy. One of them, they run a quite a bit number of large projects which they have executed. A question is not that. The question is, I can see in a couple of islands, small islands like Maldives, or I can go on with names like Philippines and all, they are in a big problem at the moment because of climate change. And the ice is melting in so fast that it might happen in a couple of years. The entire island will go down, and probably the entire population, they need to shift from one country to completely a different country. As an industry specialist, what do you feel that we should do? And this is the time of act, not just sharing insights. And we have probably talked enough regarding the same, and you are working in the field. That's the reason I'm asking. What is your proposition? What some big countries should adopt as a technology so that their waste and their heat emission process should be optimized, and how you can help, if you can share?
So yeah, thanks. So again, as you mentioned that so just to share a small experience, we visited Ladakh, and most of the glaciers have been melted. And the glaciers which used to be covered completely with snow are now you'll see some patches of snow over there. So what I feel is the climate change is happening at a very fast track rate. So I stay in Bangalore, and we have been having rains continuously from the month of June till November. So it's been 5 months of continuous rain, and this is not because of anything normal. It is because of some abnormal climate change. So I think immediate, instead of just making the policies, we need action. Our platform is a service provider where you can recycle to ensure that recycling is not a hassle for any corporate businesses industry. Apart from that, I think general awareness among companies, their employees, and to start with that, schools, colleges, because students are the backbone of any country. So creating awareness through them, that climate action is bad. So I think we need more lessons on climate, global warming and climate changing. So because global warming, what we studied 10, 20 years ago is not similar now that what we are facing. So I think we need to create awareness at the ground level, ensure that every child is told how dangerous is this. It's not a joke anymore. We need to take action. I think bigger COP which happened, and you must be all aware, the talks what were done, but I always feel that those are only the policy talks. The ground rule is completely different. Still, if you go at, even if 10,000 feet above sea level, you'll still see scattered plastic waste across the mountain. So that will change only when both the companies who generate this plastic, in the form of chips, biscuits and all that, they take responsibility, as well as people who are eating them take responsibility. And that's only possible when we have our future generation ready with all the education to take us into the next era with a more empowerment towards sustainability.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. So there's no one, I think nobody's gotten, there's one rule which fits all. But I think awareness to as many as possible, that's the best way to do it.
I'll give you a small input. One of our speaker in the first panel, I think on the 5th, she's working with the West and she's converting them into fashionable garments, right?
Okay.
Would love to connect you with her. She's doing business in New York, UK, and Dubai. Very well-known person in this industry, and of course a very, very dear personality. She's a woman. Her name is Shivangi. I'll connect you with her. Maybe you guys can do something cool together. There is another group. They actually work very closely on such waste management. It's a company based out of Italy. I will try to connect you with you. Probably you guys can do something cool together. Thank you so much, for
thank you.
sharing.
And one last thing. So there was a discussion of teamwork and why we are all over here together. I think we are all here together for the purpose to ensure that we are sustainable. So the purpose is getting us together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Iram. Okay, so this is the time I should call upon our next speaker. I'm so sorry that we are, I'm trying to manage everything on time. So sorry that we overshoot a little bit of time for the last conversation. Farzana, if you are there, could you please unmute yourself? Farzana is from Canada and she's a well-known speaker. She's, of course, a great businesswoman staying there in Canada. I assume that you originated from India itself and migrated to Canada. So welcome to World Leaders Summit 2021. The stage is yours. Please deliver your speech so that we can continue to our next session as well. Please, Farzana.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are from. And this has been such an inspiring conversation so far. And this goes directly on to what my presentation will be. So Arjit, thank you for organizing this 96 countries great brainstorming and ideas. But you said something and I have to correct it. My talk is about how we assume about each other. And you said you are thinking that I originated from India. I originated from India in an indirect way. My parents and grandparents were born in India, but I was born in a different part of the world. So that leads to what I am going to talk about today. My conversation today is about how to move beyond barriers and transform the mindset of subtle. And by listening to this title, you must have a lot of questions, and we will go over them, and especially on the concept of subtle. But a little bit about myself. My name is Farzana Chauhan, and I'm an architect. I started as an architect, worked on healthcare projects, and especially working on the project of Leprosy Center and looking at how we perceive each other, changed the whole trajectory of what I am doing now. So my journey has been quite long in that regard. And the thing which I am trying to address, all of us who have traveled internationally and have worked in different parts of the world, we come across a lot of time to situations where we think, why are these challenges there? Why do I encounter barrier in my professional, personal, and business life? When I go to a restaurant after a certain world event, and if I look like I have a different color than my majority, I am put in the backs of the high-end restaurants or not treated well based on my religious appearance or things like that. And why these experiences continue in professional, personal life, why there are these unforeseen challenges again and again. Each one of us, when we come across these unsaid challenges, we are exhausted, we are stressed, because a lot of time our momentum has been derailed by such experiences psychologically. So the learnings of this session it is about helping to optimize the excellence which we have as a human being in us. And what can we do? We can understand what the root cause of it is and how we can work together in understanding and minimizing the mindset of subtle. And we will be able to say, yay, yes, I have an excellence. I am sure you all have come across the hashtags of mindset, leaders, optimize, move beyond barriers, transform subtle, and workplace culture specifically. So let's talk about the key terms we have encountered so far in hearing these sentences. What is barrier? What is mindset? And what is subtle? And I'll go one by one on them. So barrier, if we look at the definition of it, it's the physical barrier which is created to hinder the movement of incoming traffic into outgoing traffic. That is a simple example. Or it is like mountains in between geographical regions. But the main barrier which we encounter and which we have ourselves also are the psychological behavioral barriers, something which is immaterial, but it impedes our movement forward. I gave an example of how sometimes the color we have on our skin can become a psychological barrier for someone else and vice versa. So what does this mean in terms of mindset? Mindset is something, not something, are the processes and values which have been ingrained inside, internally in our brain. Outwardly, if we want to manifest it in a very cute way, we can raise a big leaf in front of our eye, in front of our face as a mask, and we'll say, oh, you cannot see me because I have this cute mask on my face. But these mindsets are so harmful and hurtful that if we remember the stories from segregation era, where the policies and programs were made to keep certain groups of people based on their darker skin color outside of the other group. And it was used for everything, in giving education, in giving a better living, becoming better in financial terms. That is what mindset is about. When you combine the mindset and barriers, what does that do? you can see a really well-made road or a highway going forward, but when the barriers are created in front of it and it only allows certain people to go in and not everyone, that is a physical example of our internal mindset and the barriers we have created in our world. Each one of us, I am sure, remember certain experience, certain problem which we have encountered. I remember based on based on the height of the person, like myself. Sometimes I am not given the task which needs to do a high reaching, correct? That can be considered in a more lighter way, but in a more serious manner, being a female, you might not be considered a leadership material, so you are not given promotions in that regard. Even if you are not a female, same gender, sometimes you are not given a career path advancement because you come from a low socioeconomic status, because when you come into the office, you don't wear brand names, watches, or dressing. Those kind of stories we all remember. Someone told me that they were fired because they were wearing the shoes which were not aligned with the corporate office environment. And I mean, I am sure if I start asking those stories, everyone will have some kind of an experience related to that. So what is the root cause of these problems, these behavioral mindset barriers? I have done a research, and I am a researcher at heart, despite of all of my education. And I ponder upon it, especially after Michael Brown's death in America. And I realized that in 21st century, we have become very refined, civilized human beings. So now we don't use weapons as easily in everyday interaction or at work, but we treat each other in a demoralizing way, in a very subtle way. So the concept of subtle is you do it in such a way that no one can put a finger on it and say, oh, so and so hurt me and I am hurt, because they will tell you, if you go and discuss that or complain about it, they will tell you, oh, you are just imagining it. We have not done it. So subtle is the processes of human mindsets, the values and worldviews, which have been inculcated in our individual brain with micro and macro culture. It is a conscious and unconscious biases which are ingrained in us. I'll give you an example of a photogray lens. How many of you know that there are photogray lenses in the world? Some of us remember that when you go out in a sunlight, the clear glasses will turn gray and it will look like you are wearing sunglasses, but when you go in, they will become regular glasses. So that is how we perceive each other with photogray lenses. And I'm not saying that there are other people who do it. I am, and we all are on both sides of this equation. So the accumulative effect of mindset barriers becomes subtle, which looks very refined, very nice on the surface, but they all have become more tokenism and a virtuous signaling in our lives. If you want to understand what a subtle personality look like with their mindset barriers, they will typically tell you that they know what is right and what is wrong, and they don't exercise any kind of biases in the name of racism or genderism or lookism. They are not exclusionary, they are inclusionary, and they will be very specific about what they are doing, and they have a vested interest in that. So the phenomena of subtle is based on two major components: social conformity in our universal world, based on the ingrained isms. And we know about major isms like racism, genderism, sexism, but there are subcategories of infinite number of isms, yes, infinite number of isms, which have become part of our everyday living, all around the world. It's not one society or one specific geography or one group of people. Social conformity is basically continue to do what we have been told as a little child, starting at that age, and we become an adult and we become a community following those conformities. How many of you have watched a show called Brain Games, which basically give a great example of blind following? When a person walk into a dentist office and start waiting, he or she noticed that a bell will ring after every 30 seconds, and everyone in the waiting room will get up, clap, and then will sit down. And then the person who have arrived there late, they will start following the same thing without questioning that why they are doing that. That is the example of social conformity without even questioning what is the intention or purpose behind it is. So the ingrained isms in our life, we know about stereotyping, but in that stereotyping include genderism, lookism, ageism, accentism, elitism. I will just talk about ageism and accentism. We always hear so and so is old. I remember my two bosses used to joke that when we started our practice, we were told we are too young, we cannot get projects. And they said, now we have a full gray hair, and now we are told we are too old, we cannot get projects. So that kind of ageism is inculcated in us. Now looking at me, I live in a Western world, come from an Eastern world, and anytime, even without me opening a mouth, some people will put their hand behind their ears, thinking they will not be able to understand if I can speak English and if I have an accent. And based on that, they will put me in a box of if I am capable of doing things or not. And elitism is very common in any part of the world. What person is wearing, what person is doing. I again show my watch for that reason, because it's a brand name. And if people identify that brand, they will consider you elite, or it goes with your car, with your anything you are doing. So these things are very serious and they hurt other people in many different ways. The origin and development of subtle, as I said, starts from when you are born, and it starts as a microcosm, a microculture, and then it leads to a macroculture, and our entire society is doing social conformity in many different ways and forms. Each geography and each region can have its own social conformity, and then the subgroups can have their own social conformities set out. How do we transform that? This is a continuous hard work. It is only possible if we at an individual level want to overcome these barriers, these mindset barriers in the form of subtle. The example is the music industry. When they realize that when they are trying to find the best talent, they are not able to find the best talent because the judges look at the people, and based on their looks, they decide who will be elected or selected. So they started having curtain auditions. They will put a curtain in between the people who are there to be selected and their performance. They will only hear their voices and not necessarily their whole appearance. So they started doing that in theater and music industry. So there is a hope in the world. At an individual level, if we want to transform, we have to be aware about ourselves. It starts from the self-awareness and self-recognition that we follow these major and minor isms and how we can overcome them. You can also start from assessment resources. There are a lot of resources available in the world, and I will highly suggest take an implicit bias assessment test, which is IAT, to identify your own unconscious biases and maybe conscious biases also. The journey of mindset transformation means pause. Put yourself in a person's shoe who is receiving those kind of negative experiences from you or from other people. And if you are in their place, how will you feel? If you are not given a promotion, if you are not given a project based on who you look like or how you are perceived. It have long-term impact on your growth and development in professional and business world. Keep reflecting on this and reset your mindset to transform rather than keep on justifying that, no, I don't have that unconscious bias. No, I don't do this or that. That justification will not help the society in larger context. That commitment plus dedication will help in our personal transformation. And we all have to, each one of us, including myself, have to do a proactive practice on it. Try to overcome one ism at a time rather than take the whole group of it and then get overwhelmed and say that it is not possible to change anything in the world. And we are not trying to change, we are trying to shift and transform our world. You will know if it has started happening because we will be more human-centered world through our practice and authentic and humble. And we will be participating in inclusive and in equitable world in that regard. How will you know that the subtle mindset transformation has been embraced by all? When all races and ethnicities are treated equally, when all religions are not excluded based on how they are perceived, when countries of origin is not a problem, when gender identities are not a barrier in the way of advancement, and the spoken languages and all other things, everyone is included in it. And some of the speakers have talked about the inclusion before me also. So we need to move forward in a way where when you see yourself, where you envision yourself as a human being of heart and soul to optimize excellence for yourself and for your fellow human beings. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the beautiful speech, and great to hear you out. And now we will go to our next speaker. Yeah, Mr. Frano is already here, but probably he's facing some kind of issue. So yes, you can always log off and come back again. In the meantime, I will ask one or two questions to our existing speaker. Frano, please log off and log in once again. And of course, I will let you in. That's not a problem at all. And I'm there on the call. Please feel free to give me a call. Well, a quick question to you. When we are going for excellence and when we are thinking about probably creating excellence, don't you feel that we are pushing ourselves too hard to become perfect? And my second part of question is, do you feel there is such concept called perfect world? Rather, I feel imperfection is the perfection in the world. And that's the reason nature created us, all of us, without perfection. And we are all crying for perfection.
Excellent question, Arjit, and great. So no, I am not asking for a perfect excellence. I am saying optimize your excellence, whatever is inside us. A lot of time we have encountered, like growing up, I was told I cannot be an architect, for example, correct? But I have talent and skills for it, and I became an architect. But if I have listened to the voices which were naysayers, my excellence would have not come out. And I'm not claiming that I am perfect in that. So optimize excellence concept is not to become perfect, but to become the best of what you have inside you. And you have not explored and cultivated that fully because what you were told by your environment, including your loved ones and your community, and then the larger society. So if short people are told that, oh, you cannot become a good player or a good lawyer, that's not true. So that was an excellent question that no, it's not about perfection. And the beauty is I want everyone to think about this is not a perfect world, but whoever we are and wherever we are, we still can have excellence of our own, and that makes us whole. We don't want to create robots by becoming replica of each other in perfection. And I'm not trying to change the world. I'm just trying to have a transformation in our mindsets.
Super. With this note, probably I will shift to our next speaker. We'll take more questions later on if you can kindly stay back with us. And I'm sure that you have actually traveled a lot. I got to know that you actually traveled all the way back home so that you can speak in World Leaders Summit. Thank you so much. We are so blessed to have you with us and the gesture that we have. Now is the time I should welcome our next speaker. Rungsia, correct me if I am taking your name properly. She's from Africa. Could you please come online and turn on your video? I can see that the video is on, but we are getting a little bit of hazy background. Yes, could you please turn on your microphone and we can test it? Can you turn on your microphone? Yeah, we can hear you. Can you try to speak?
Morning, how are you?
Good morning. Well, I'm doing perfectly fine. We all are doing great, and it's a great pleasure to have you. You know, we had speakers from USA, Canada, Korea, then India, Pakistan is existing over here, Australia, they are here, and then we have our speakers from Croatia. In fact, one of our ambassadors from Croatia, she's also there with us. We have got a person from Middle East, and now you join, so we are actually having a great time together. Thank you for joining, and for all the audience, honestly speaking, I know all of your background story, what's going on in the background. So she also traveled from her home to the office so that she can join and log in because there's a power cut. So we are excited to have you with us. Stage is yours. Please enlighten us with your knowledge and talk about your subject line. Stage is yours.
All right, thank you so much. I'm Tafadzo Ngisa Chivenke from Zimbabwe. So today I'm going to be talking about creating a sustainable brand in women business. Back home, I'm a women empowerment advocate. I speak for women on behalf of women. So I took a chance of taking this platform to talk about creating brands that is sustainable brands in women business. So I'm going to try to share my screen with you on my presentation of what I did, the presentation that I prepared for you, like how women like across the continent, across the world, can actually create sustainable brands in regard to business. Well, let me try share the screen with you just now. Are you hearing me?
Loud and clear.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you. You have started your screen sharing. We can see that as well.
All right. Now, my presentation is how to build sustainable brands in women business. So firstly, what is branding? Well, it is an intangible concept used to identify a company, product, or an individual. So basically, a brand defines you as an individual. It can be a personal brand or a corporate brand. So you yourself as an individual, you are your brand. You are what makes you, so you brand yourself. Well, in the business world, in the professional world, it's from the way you dress, the way you talk, it's already a brand on its own. So now, in women business, we're talking about what is branding, how do you align that to branding, and how do you brand your business as a woman or generally even as a gentleman in business, and how to make, not only to brand it, but how to make it a sustainable brand, a brand that will go on for years and years and years, and people will always remember it. I think across the globe, across the country, across the continent, actually, there are many brands that you see in the United States of America, you see it in India. It's because they are sustainable brand, and the person who initiated that brand was able to come up with a brand that is consistent, that is sustainable, that is now carried out to different worlds, to different continents and different countries as a whole. So what is branding? Well, it defines you. What are you? Who are you? And what are you bringing in the world, in the business? So that is basically your brand. It talks to people. It relates and communicates to other people. I spoke earlier about corporate company branding, individual branding. You are your brand, and a company you can also have a company like myself. I have my own personal company. It has got its own brand, and people actually relate to it as I learn it to myself because I brand it in a way that people can actually identify that this is Tafazo's company because of how it's branded. Well, on the next slide, how to create your brand now. You should determine your target. Who is your clientele? What are you selling to them? What are you bringing to the table? People should be easy. You should easily identify what are you selling. If you're in the bakery department, if you're in the bakery business, it should align to that bakery. You cannot say you are starting a business in confectionery, then your brand is that of construction. People will definitely get lost. But if you align it to bakery, to confectionery, people will definitely understand that this is a bakery business because of how you've branded, from the logos, from your mantra, from even the website. It should relate to what you're exactly doing. What are you communicating to your clientele? Then also you should position your product and business. Where are you? What are you doing? While we come from different backgrounds, you should position your business in line with your brand. If it's maybe religion, if it is food, position it so that your clientele are able to align it, that, okay, this is what this person is talking about. This is what the service provider is bringing to the table, not to just confuse the clients. Then you should also define your company's personality. I mentioned earlier that we have got different industries. There is construction, there is confectionery, and it now depends with what your company is into. If it is media, if it is radio, sometimes it is loud, sometimes it goes out there to the people. It should define what are you exactly on, what are you doing. Then also you should choose a logo or mantra. What is your logo? Every business, I believe that in the professional world, it should have a logo, a mantra. I'll give an example of my company, Twin Connect Solutions. We have our own mantra. We have a logo, of course. Unfortunately, I didn't share it here. We have our mantra, creating potential, unleashing value. This is something that people, when they see, they'll actually align it to our company, to our brand, that this is your logo. Every time someone sees that logo, they will see that, okay, so this company was a partner of this event, or this partner is a service provider of this product. So when one is creating a brand, they should ensure that they choose a logo which is unique. They choose a mantra, which is more like a slogan. What are you on about? What are you bringing? What are you promising other people out there? What are you bringing to the table as a service provider? If you're into construction, then have a logo which says construction. Have a mantra or a slogan or a saying, whatever, which says it's construction. Don't mix them out to say you're into construction, then the next thing your logo says something different, but you are in the construction business. At least you should align those two. They should actually be connected. They should be married to each other. Then now, building a sustainable brand. How do we do that? How do we build sustainable and successful brands in business? One, there's consistency. The brand should be focused and it should be clear to clients on what to expect. You should create a brand that will communicate out there, that is consistent. Don't say one day you're using a different logo, which is under branding. The next day you're having a different logo, or you're using one mantra that is your slogan. Then after 2 weeks, you're using another one. It's unfocused and it will confuse even the audience. It will confuse even your clients. But rather be consistent in your logo. If it is possible, use one logo. If you have got one line of business, use one slogan, use one mantra. That way it will be clear to clients and they'll be able to align with you. Then also under community, it should be people-based, especially if you're a business person, if you're a professional, if you're offering business out there, it should engage to the community. It should be people-focused as well. Reach out to people. Like I said earlier on the other slides, that it should align with people. You should know your target. You should know your clientele. What are they about? What do they believe in? What do they value? What do they like? And from there, you'll be able to engage that brand, your brand, in the community. And that way you have a successful brand, you have a successful business. I'll give an example of the different countries we are in. We believe in different things. But if you are in India, know your audience. If you're in Canada, know your audience. If you're in Zimbabwe, know your audience and engage in the community and align your brand with that particular community. Because things in Zimbabwe, they can be done differently as in India. So you cannot take the culture of Zimbabwe and do it and align in India, because maybe people have different beliefs and you won't have a sustainable brand. You won't have a successful business then. But you should engage your community. It should be people focused, and you should align with the people. You should align with your audience then. Then also on the content, this is how to create a sustainable and successful brand. Now we're talking on the content. What is entailed in that brand? How to make a successful brand? The brand itself should communicate something. It should be educative. If you are under education, even the slogan, even the logos, it should say, this is a school, this is a college. If you are into bakery, it should say, I'm into cakes, I'm into bakery. It should not confuse people that your information says otherwise, but people should see it clearly. On your website, you should have enough content. On your mantra, its own, it should communicate out there. It should have enough. It doesn't mean that your logo or your mantra should be a paragraph. It can be a sentence, but it communicates a whole lot of things that I'm into this. We cake it. Anyone, it's clear that this should be a bakery. This should be someone who is into cake making. Already the content is informative, it's educative, someone can tell, it's clear that this business is this, and already you have created a sustainable brand there, just by the logos, just by the mantra itself, just by creating a website that has your full contact, your full information, your details are there, already you've created a good brand into your business. Then a sustainable brand should be a brand for now and the future. Like I said earlier on, there are some companies I've noted around the globe, around the world, that you find them in the UK, you find them in South Africa. It is because that these people who created these companies, who started these companies, they created a brand then and for the future. And these brands these companies are now carrying forward from generation to generation because of the sustainability of the brand. Just by having a successful brand, people can believe in you, even your clientele. People can trust you because it's a brand that speaks to the people. It's a brand that shows that it's focused. The information is out there. No one would want to align to a business that's a bit shaky. You don't have the full information. You're just told that this is a company. We deal with construction. You would not trust that company, because even if they approach you to say, we want to build a house for you, you would never trust those people, because you don't have full information. You go on the website, because websites are part of our brands. It's part of our branding. You go on the website, you don't find anything. Definitely, you cannot align to such an organization. Even when you want to engage them, you don't have enough information. The content is not there. It does not engage the community. People do not know them. You cannot align to that, and you will not trust such a brand. So a brand should be now and for the future. It should align to whatever is there in the future, and it should carry on for generations to generations. But now it depends on how successful you've created your brand. Now, lastly, I'll talk on the power of the brand. The brand will ensure growth that is in lies onto your business. Like I said earlier on, the point I've just noted, that a brand should be for now and the future. So if you are able to create a sustainable and successful brand, you are ensured of growth, and this is growth in your business. And it will not only enable one economy, but it will grow to other continents, to other countries, which means that now we're talking of diversity now. People from India, from South Africa will be able to meet because of that brand that you've created, because of your business, which has enabled people to come together and work together. Your projects are now out there, which means at the end of the day, the world is coming together. You're now uniting economies as well, because of just your business, which was able to be successful because you're able to build your sustainable and successful brand. We also talk of sales. A brand, a sustainable and successful brand, will be able to increase sales. You'll be successful because, like I said earlier on, you will attract investors from different parts of the world. You attract many clients, high volumes of clients, high volumes of sales because of your brand. There are very well-known brands out there which people would want to align to because people trust them. If you go on their website, you find every information there, whether it's a car dealer, you find the different types of the vehicles, you find the phone number, the contact number, the customer service number, people that can actually assist you. So in turn, you would rather have something with less hassle, something that if you go online, you are able to help, people are able to help you. It's different from where a certain company which is not well branded, you go on their websites, there's nothing, you look for their contacts, there's nothing, which means that at the end of the day, the sales will drop because people don't have enough information. Now, there's also awareness is the power of a well-branded business. You make people aware that you exist because you are your own brand. If you dress well, for example, if you talk well, people will always identify you, that there's a gentleman who always maybe passes through this building, he dresses well. People always look forward to see you pass by their office because they've known that there's a gentleman who dresses this way. The same way with a brand in a business. If you brand your business in a way that people always identify that there is this certain brand, you update probably your Facebook or your LinkedIn every day or every month, people always look forward to your post because they're identifying, they're aware that you exist. And this is the power of a brand, a sustainable brand, a successful brand. It is made known out there. It is, people are aware that you exist, and in turn, this will make your brand powerful. This will make your brand well known, and people would actually want to align with your brand. And lastly, I'll talk that it will be successful. Your brand the power of your brand will lead to the success of your business. I've been preaching about this ever since we started, that your brand makes you. You are your own brand, even at a personal level. How successful and unsuccessful you are depends on how you brand yourself, how you talk, how you walk, how you relate to other people. It's the same as an organization, it's the same as your business. How you relate to other, how you treat your clients would depend.
I have to ask you to wrap up fast because we are actually losing time. So
okay,
wrap up fast, please. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. So in a nutshell, I'll just say that branding is important in women business, and this will actually make people out there aware that you're existent, and this will actually make you more appealing out there, because a successful brand will make you or break you. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. We are really happy to have you with us. If you can kindly turn off your screen sharing. Hopefully we'll have another speaker who will come again from Africa, but this is the time I should call upon two of our friends on stage. They are both from Croatia, but one of them is now in India, which I didn't knew, and he's from the southern part of India. Professor Frano, if you are here, could you please unmute yourself and turn on your video? And then next we'll go with Ivan, my good friend from Croatia. So can you please unmute yourself? Frano, can you hear me? Frano. Okay, his mic probably is not working. Yeah, I can see you now. Your video is working, but your mic is somehow, yeah. So can you please unmute yourself? It's showing muted, Frano. Please unmute.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm connected also through my mobile phone and through my computer. So good morning, everybody. It's a very special day for me today because apart speaking on the World Leaders Summit is the first time I'm talking to the audience that I don't see and talking to the audience that I don't hear. But anyway, I know this is going to be just one of the fabulous experiences that we're all having these days. Now, if you have an echo, please just let me know. Unfortunately, as I said, I am in a little bit like hybrid mode through my computer and my phone. I'm addressing you from Chennai, which is a great experience and great pleasure for me. No matter I'm Croatian, I work for an Italian company and I'm working in Chennai. And these last days, we had a big flooding here in Chennai. So probably this is why this communication is not going on as at least I would like to go. Okay, today I'm gonna talk to you, I'm invited about leadership. Leadership, how it has changed and how it should change. Yesterday I've attended and I've heard some great speeches regarding leadership, how the culture of leadership is being changed, how the role of the leader has been changed, where the leadership should go in terms of sustainability, in terms of respect, in terms of coaching and leading, and not just being ahead of a team. And about this cultural change, I would like to talk to you today. I mean, how it occurs, why it occurs, and at the end of the day, who is responsible for its happening. So my first issue, as we are talking about culture, apart what we read in different dictionaries, I think that we can define the culture as the way we are doing the things here, the way we behave. Now, if we agree all of that one, let's go a little bit through safety at work. I've been involved in the safety at work for the past, I would say, almost 30 years, no matter I'm a medical doctor. But I do work in close contact with occupational health and safety at work. So I really bring this example, but this, what I'm telling you, can be applied to any part of our lives, not only at work, but of course at home. Everybody, I hope, knows this photo. It was taken in 1932 during the construction of Rockefeller Center in New York. And we see the lunch break of these workers at the beam, seated, I don't know how many meters or feet above the ground, smoking, eating, just being relaxed, which for sure today will be definitely unacceptable. But if we think that this was only reserved to the workers, to the employees, be aware that the guy who took the photo is in exactly the same position, because it was normal. That day culture, yeah, definitely thought it was normal to behave in such a way. And this is why, through life, through years, we have an enormous number of accidents on work. Yes, we implemented a number of measures in order to lower down this incident rate. But at the end of the day, we came on a time where we reached the plateau, where the accidents at work are remaining almost the same. And the analysis has shown that this has been due to of what safety is, behavior, leadership, and responsibility of the leaders in assuring the culture of this behavior at work. Well, I'm going to talk to you about the behavioral model ABC. What our behaviors consist of? Number one, of activator. Why do we behave? Because something activates our behavior, sets the scene, activates a specific behavior. After that, we have the behavior itself, an action that can be seen. And as a consequence, as outcome of this action, we have the consequences of our behavior. So if we go to safety at work, activator is compulsory use of PPE, behavior is wearing a helmet, consequence, less head injuries at work. Okay? So the principle is very simple. We know the rules, we know the benefits, we know the dangers, though bad things happen. Why? Why and how? Because it depends, our behavior depends on how we perceive the consequences of our behavior. So it's not that much the activator, but are more the consequences of our behavior that drives our behavior, and they have certain characteristics in terms of time, probability, and influence on ourselves. So in terms of time, the consequences can be immediate or late. Probability is certain on our side. If we, for example, take any behavior, like in this case, driving a motorbike without helmet, but it can be skiing without helmet, it can be, I don't know, any behavior that we are doing in our everyday life, crossing a light, traffic light with a red signal, or I don't know, mistreating people within our team, then we will see that there are a number of activators that activate such a behavior. The consequences of this behavior are also many, not exactly in the same row, but you see, we have positive position in society, we can fall, get injured, we get pleasure, or we can get fined. I mean, in the moment when we behave in this, in the moment when we behave, what is the perception of consequences that we have? And if we analyze these consequences, we can see that, for example, position in the society when we are riding a motorbike without a helmet, it's soon. We are certain that we will have a position in society, and this impact is positive for us. While in the very moment when we are riding a motorbike without a helmet, we don't think that we will immediately fall and get injured. We are not sure, and definitely the injury is not something that we like. So all these consequences can be evaluated in the same way. And we will see that those that are driving our behaviors are certain, and positive. So people behave in a determinate manner, conditioned by the perception of consequences of their behavior. Those who are SC plus are driving our behaviors. Now, who introduced the leads, the changes? The leader. Definitely the leader is the one who is introducing the changes in the behavioral manner, because leaders must walk the talk. And of course, leader is not a boss. The leader is a person who believes in himself, in the goal, in the idea, in the achievement, in the change, and it's passionate for what he or she is doing. Because to do a job, you need three things. You need willingness to do it, which either you have or you don't have. You need the knowledge that you can rent, buy, or borrow, or acquire. And you need the passion. Passion in order to create an excellent and extraordinary job. Otherwise, it will be done, but no excellency. And I like it very much what I heard yesterday. I do fully agree. The leader must be humble. He is in front, but he must be humble and understand the group. So where is the position of the leader within the team? Definitely in front of the way. But if the leader is in front, can he understand what is happening within the group? No. So he must be within the team, listen and understand the team. He's a team worker. Let us not forget. But at the same time, the leader must be at the back of the team in order to understand why the members, the last members, are not following and what to do to motivate them. Don't mind the photo. No, it's a fake photo of the wolves, but I think it illustrates quite good where the leader should stay. So who can be the leader? The biggest persons. Sequoia, the biggest trees in the world. But you will not believe, they start from a very, very small plant. This is comparing to one Croatian kuna, which is a coin, and it's like half an inch in diameter. I'm being based in India right now, and I would like to share with you a movie. I'm not very sure when you're going to hear the music, but I think this movie is very nice and show us a little bit who can be the leader. Please have 2 minutes of patience and watch the movie.
Are you sharing something? We can't.
I am sharing the movie. Do you see the movie?
No.
I'm sorry. Okay, so I'll just. If you're not seeing the movie, I'll just skip it and go to the other side. I'm very sorry because the movie is not solving an issue on the road. I can share it with you again, so we can share it with the group later on. It's a wonderful.
No problem. And we can always share the movie with all the audience. No problem.
Yeah. Anyway, this short movie shows that anyone can be the leader, not necessarily a big boss. And the leader has to have certain characteristics, which means he or she has to have a vision. He must know where he wants to go, what are the goals, and where he wants to lead, he or she wants to lead the group. He must be focused on the topic, must never ever give up. He must have influence and inspire the others. He must be an inspiration, a motivation. He must walk the talk with his attitude, with his action, with his speeches. He must motivate and inspire the others. He must be convinced and credible. As I said, he or she, the leader, must walk the talk, because you can talk as much as you want. If your team, if the people, if the person do not perceive that you are following your talk, then you lose credibility and the whole system crashes down. Leader is a member of a team. He works in the team he leads. Otherwise, he cannot understand the others. He must communicate effectively, because without the communication, it's impossible to lead the team. Sometimes we, the leaders, or they, the leaders, when I say we, because I'm in a somehow leading position for the past 30 years within my company, well, at least I pretend to be. So often things that we understand, that our words are clear and understandable to all members of our team. But sometimes we will see it's not like that. And rewards. Let's analyze these two last items. Communicate efficiently. Clear and simple communication, clear to everybody. Now, to tell you sample, a new agency manager, health safety environment, came in an Arabic country and saw these enormous gasoline tanks, old, not painted, without even a single sign of the danger these trucks were transporting around the field. So he decided that these trucks shall be painted, and on site it shall be written that is dangerous, because it's dangerous, flammable. Now he gave us very clear written instructions to his team what to do, how to act, and this is the outcome. Write it in Arabic. See, he was sure that he was communicating effectively, but this was the outcome. Another joke, a wife sends a man to the store, telling him, buy a packet of butter. If they have eggs, buy 10. What was the outcome? Of course, the husband came back home with 10 packs of butter, saying they had eggs. So we must be sure that what is in our head is really transmitted and understandable by our team, not only to us. The secret of the leader is to get 110% of each member's capability, and not of what he or she is capable to do. Giving feedback and rewarding. Correction does much, but encouragement does more. It was said a long time ago by German writer and poet Johann Wolfgang Goethe. So it's much more going towards the light at the end of the tunnel, rather than running from something. And of course, you have to intervene. You as a leader have to intervene, hoping that the outcome will be changed, because we cannot keep on doing the things in the same way and expect a different outcome. Intervene even in doubt, kindly, respectfully, never pointing the individual, but the behavior. Understand why the person is not behaving in a specific way. Discuss an open questions, with an open question. Do you know that you are doing something wrong? Yes or no, and the discussion is finished. And reinforce positive behavior. Give recognition. Who is to intervene? Very easy, top down. Much more difficult, bottom up. But leaders have to be ready to be criticized and to be, let's say, be subject to intervention and respect. What do you need? Courage. You have to have courage to come out of your box, to think and act out of your box, you and your team member. Without this courage to come out of your comfort zone, change will never occur. Of course, you have to have a positive behavior, working environment, and definitely persons who need to be knowledgeable, skillful, motivated, and interested in what you are doing. About the targets, how to achieve them, and which are they, we've heard a lot of yesterday. This everybody knows. So leader takes the basic decision. He set up the goals or targets that have to be smart, and after each target, we have certain actions going on. Our process is always plan, done, check, and act. It's a continuous improvement process that needs to be carried out. What are the dynamics of changes? First of all, we have leaders, us who are envisaging the change, champions who are proposing it. Then we have a first followers, the early acceptors, who immediately see the benefit, see the enthusiasm, see the positive change, and they immediately accept this change. But they are only up to 50%. Then we need those who need more evidence that order to bring some good. But they are very important because for cultural change to occur in a society, in a company, we need 60% of persons to be convinced with the change. Last but not least, we have resistant person, resilient, who will never ever change. But they are good, they are positive, because they make us check our decisions, our strategies. There are those exemptions that are checking the rule. If we are sure that we are on a good track and the majority of people accepting it, they are going to disappear. So it's our duty as leaders to do this one in everyday's life, to change this culture and to come close to this one, because this is our everyday responsibility. Nowadays, we still have people working without gloves, without ear protection, with ear hammers, so the culture still needs to be changed. It is our responsibility to change it. And I like quotation, I like this very quotation, and if we have a vision, if we know where we want to go, we should follow what Helen Keller said, the most pathetic person in the world is someone who has sight but has no vision. So I invite all leaders to be the one who's going to bring the change and cross the river, no matter how difficult it may seem. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm open for questions if there are any.
Thank you so much, Rana, for the beautiful presentation. We'll go for Q&A round after a few of the other speakers are done because of the timing, and we'll adjust every question into as a panel discussion mode. If you are okay with that, is it fine?
I'm fine. I'll be connected. Sorry for these technical problems, but I hope we overcame it. Then all of them.
This is fine. This is perfectly fine. We all understand. Chennai is having a heavy rain, so we understand there is a network glitch. Not a problem. Not a problem at all.
Thank you very
much for the beautiful speech. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me now welcome our next speaker, Ivan. He is from Croatia. He's a European IP Help Desk ambassador. I can go on with his big bio, but let me not take that mic from our good friend. So over to you. Welcome to World Leader Summit 2021. That's happening for 95 countries coming together and sharing awesome knowledge base. And we are blasted with questions in our social media handle. That's the format that we are following. So if you are in Facebook, please go to www.facebook.com/WorldLeaderSummit. You will see the link and there is a live session going on. Please ask your question. Please be specific so that we can pull out the question and specific to the speaker. Over to you, Ivan. Please, the stage is yours.
Hi, Arijit. It is great pleasure to talk to you, to compare notes between professional educator and serial entrepreneur. I'm looking forward to our discussion after the presentation as well. But without further ado, let me share my presentation. And just to check with you, do you see my PowerPoint in presentation mode, not designer mode? Arijit? Yes, good. So it is about gamifying learning experience. And frankly speaking, I need only one slide to deliver my presentation. But the path to this one slide is fairly complicated. So I added some additional one to give the background information because whole presentation is not technical, it's holistic. To understand what you have to do, you have to comprehend the bigger picture. And many people, many entrepreneurs are rushing to technical details without understanding broader context. So my first slide is a little bit about me. I'm a certified patent and trademark attorney since '95. I have hundreds of cases. Since 2008, I work for Enterprise Europe Network. Since 2014, I am EU IP Help Desk Ambassador. And I do a lot with Latin America IP Help Desk, and I do joint action with China IPR SME Help Desk. It is great pleasure. It is really useful and fun to work with entrepreneurs. And let's talk about my clients. My clients are in vast proportion technologically biased. They are talking about their products, how they're beautiful, how they're efficient, better than competitors one, and many of them are actually on fire while talking about their technology and products. Surprisingly, when it comes to financial side, that's not passionate anymore, that's fairly blunt. So my assignment is to help them to improve that and get a clear vision on making money. Of course, there are other group of my clients, they are focused on money, but they don't grasp the technology details. So I have to serve two fairly different group of clients. And for those clients, I could take approach by delivering fairly elaborate technical presentations. And I, as a IP Help Desk Ambassador, have access to hundreds of presentations with thousands of slides. But you can imagine what that can produce. Loss of interest. You can easily lose those clients. And what to do? It is primarily designed for entrepreneurs, people who have relevant problem. If you would like to expand that to students, technical approach is not so beneficial. And then if you want even go even further to high school students, technical approach would be even less efficient. And then going even deeper and earlier, of course, that won't fly. And for that reason, I'm using gamified presentations to deliver the essence of IP for future business. So I developed IP3 version 3.0. It's designed in 2021. And it is a radical upgrade compared to IP3 2.0. And yeah, let's go to world premiere of the IP3 version 3.0. What my clients are usually doing. They know about patents, but they also know it's complicated, it takes time, it's very expensive, uncertain, and in many cases, they are starting the process, but they are quitting in various phases. So they don't do many patents. They know industrial design is very powerful, but suitable for limited number of cases. It's cheaper, it's faster, and they don't do many designs. So what they do trademarks a lot. And they think that's it. We've done what we could. Smart guys combining those three. And they are pretty convinced that's all what they could do. Be ready to be surprised. This is not the whole background, not the whole play yard, because play yard is more like this. This is the IP3 with more or less all possibilities. And they were thinking by doing patents, industrial design, and trademarks, they done all what they could. And it's clear from this single picture, it's not true. They could do much more. So let's go deeper. Leaves on this branch are major possibilities when it comes to industrial property. This is very special type of IP, which has to be filed and protected. It would be investigated So this is something that requires your immediate attention and very good planning. Leaves on the other branch are a different kind of IP. Those are copyrights. Those rights are protected automatically by act of creation. But you probably know even best music is hard to enjoy without performers, broadcasting. So a relevant group of IP rights are related rights to copyrights. Without those guys, we could not enjoy the beauty of copyright. And then there is another branch with several possibilities, other IP or soft IP, modern development, and you see also two clouds, still not on the tree, AI-related IP and blockchain-related IP, new developments. And all that is telling us that IP3 is fairly dynamic playground. It changes, procedures are changed, definitions are changed, new possibilities arise, some other are abandoned. So fairly dynamic environment. But all that is IP. So in many cases, people are confused between industrial property and copyrights, but now we are pretty clear, that's it. So how to grow your tree bigger, more efficient, more successful. Let's talk about sources of IP. Of course, corporations would have right to exploit IP, but this is creation of physical person and depends on their creativity, competences, know-how, abilities, capacity to learn, but also depends on networks and relationships, strategic plans, corporate culture, other plans, and some other stuff. Altogether, this is human and social capital. Those are the sources that would allow your tree to grow successfully. Okay, but frankly speaking, I had that already in IP3 version 2.0. What's new? Several things. IP version 2.0 appear to be fruitless tree. New tree is rich of fruits. Let me tell you about the fruit. It's not about money in the first place. It is about freedom to operate. This is the most important fruit of the IP. And then, of course, it is about source of income and some other things. If you are successful, your IP could be collateral for you, could be entry barrier for your competitors, could be a reason for increased market value of your company. You could gain improved image because of your IP. You can even influence the industry. And of course, it is about peace of mind. Different fruits for different entrepreneurs. Additionally, you could have some unprotected IP. You consider it not so important to be protected, but look at this. Various players could bite off certain chunks of your IP, unprotected IP. Please do not be confused. They could bite some of your protected IP, but with unprotected IP is much easier to take. And this unprotected IP could be fairly sizable. So please consider your IP as a valuable company asset. It is not just something nice to have. Let's go even further. IP goals are usually aligned with business goals. They would help you to achieve those business goals easier, faster, more efficient. When it comes to IP goals, it is definitely about freedom to operate, but could be also licensing out, licensing in, and even influence the regulatory standards. When it comes to business, no surprises. Entrepreneurs are considered as the guys who are seeking for risk. I don't think so. They would like to avoid surprises and risk as much as they could. So protected IP is one of the powerful tools to avoid embarrassing surprises. Okay, let's go further. This is IP3 with fruit, but we know that we would need some agents to get those flowers fertilized and enjoy the fruit. Those agents are roughly divided to guys who are working on our behalf or against us. Those are paralegals, lawyers, patent attorneys, counselors at state intellectual property offices, various guys. But there is a big trick. There are also some bad guys. They would cheat you. They are fraudulent in their behavior. But there are some good guys who are working for your opponents. So you can be hurt by two different group of agents, by high quality patent attorneys engaged with other guys, your opponents, and some fraudulent behaving individuals. So be cautious about players in the field. It is actually the topic for a totally new presentation. So we cannot stay here for long. Another dimension, source of confusion is the fact that many different roads lead to very same places. You can protect your patent via Paris route or Patent Cooperation Treaty, PCT route. You can use various protocols when it comes to trademarks and designs. And in the end, you would achieve more or less the same results, but in a totally different way. Additional source of confusion is language barriers, currency barriers, territorial differences. So it is a place where you can get lost so easily. And for that purpose, I don't recommend to enforce complex IP strategy on your own. You should hire guys who are professionally trained to do that and they are good at their job. Don't operate your own brain tumor. Let the other guys do. Okay, so this is the whole picture, and I just wanted to emphasize three things we had at the beginning. Persuasion, if I do patents, industrial design, and trademarks, I've done all what possible. And it seems to me like really far away from it. You have to understand what's out there so you can create powerful, efficient IP strategy. Because those overlaps between leaves are not by chance. They are really purposefully there. Because real IP strategy is a layer. Even for trademarks, you could have significant copyrights. So you have at least 2 layers of protection. And it is like that with many other IP possibilities. Build your strategy in layers. Combine different instruments to get better protection. Okay. The trigger for this slide was the Hive on the previous one. Hive labeled EU IP help desk. European Union established not only EU IP help desk, established 6 IP help desks to help EU entrepreneurs in a regional sense, because we already mentioned that IP rules are different from territory to territory. And it is important to say there is no one universal IP strategy valid global. It is always some of territorial protections at the national or regional level. So be aware that doing business in India is quite different from doing business in Europe or China. So for that purpose, we have different IP help desks. And this is something available for European entrepreneurs free of charge. And it is high quality service. So, and it works well. I could tell after all those years, it works well. So let's talk about timing. When is the most appropriate time to start? Okay, let's go when they usually do. Entrepreneurs usually do deep consideration of their IP when they get the letter directly or through their representative about infringement of someone else's IP. And this is horrible moment to start consideration about your IP, because this document is full of very threatening sentences written so politely. And it's technically, okay, we got you, now you have to pay. And there is no way you can now start thinking to protect your IP because it's gone. Equivalent on IP3 would be the question, is it the right moment to start thinking about your IP when some of your apples are already half eaten? I don't think so. There is much more convenient time to start thinking about IP. It's the winter time. Everything is frozen and nothing is going on. So you first buds appear, you should think about IP protection at the beginning of your project. And then we have flowering, we have different agents going on, doing some fertilization, and this is the right time to think about IP protection. But the catch is, your tree is not the only tree. There are many trees, and you are in the vast playground. So there is a lot of destruction, and it's so easy to get lost, especially if you have some operational problem in your business. Oh my God, we have to pay this invoices, hire people, and suddenly IP is really low priority assignment, but could be actually key difference compared to your competitors. But you just don't have all required knowledge and skills. You don't have qualified aid, and you are in deep trouble. So what to do? If you do that properly, you could enjoy the fruits of your IP trees on the path of developing your entrepreneurial idea. So this is Entrepreneurial Island, and I just plotted several IP trees to show when and how they could appear in your business. I have one important remark to make. There is no such things like safe shortcut to success and resort for successful and retired entrepreneurs. This is just figure of speech to show you what tricks you could encounter on your path. Why is no retreat for successful and retired entrepreneurs? Once when they concluded their business, they move to the other one. And I would like to comment that with you, Arijit. And we are almost there. When bad guys can hurt you, we are not talking now about high quality patent attorneys working for your competitors. We are talking about guys who are criminals, who would falsify the documents and trick you to pay considerable amounts of money with no reason and no benefits for you. Please educate yourself, hire qualified aid, and you could most likely prevent that sad case. Final remarks. Innovations and protected IP are the way to achieve success by playing smart, not working long hours. And then for all of us who are working off capital, guys, be aware you simply have to do more than other guys who are in better places. And so much on my behalf. If you are puzzled by this presentation, contact me via mail or find me on LinkedIn. And this is the time when we talk Arijit. I will stop sharing my presentation unless we don't need any slides you would like to refer to. I guess not. We could still share it afterwards if necessary.
100%. Thank you so much for the beautiful share. We have got a couple of questions. So Dr. Frano, if you are here, please unmute yourself. We are completely okay if your video is not that working because of network. The first question goes to Ivan. IP is awesome from third world countries, how do you propose to uplift the culture of applying to intellectual property? Christian from India.
Okay. Even in many European countries, awareness of IP importance is not so high. So IP help desk ambassadors have the important assignments on their agendas is awareness raising. Training supported by presentations like this one, pointing out what you could do with your IP. It is not something nice to have. It is a powerful tool, but this tool should be utilized properly. You know, recently, there is a lot of talking about open IP, and people think open equals free. Sorry, guys, it's not. Open does not mean automatically it's free. Look at for open access publications. Yeah, you can read it for free, but authors actually paid for your free access. This is open access to your articles. Open innovations are standing for readiness to adopt innovations outside of your system, but conditions of use are different. And then having patent also does not mean you automatically have free space and freedom to operate and commercialize it. Maybe there are some other guys with some other patents you have to take the license from, and then be ready to utilize your patent. So awareness raising, I would say, it's step number one.
Super. A quick question to Dr. Frano, and then we'll move to our next speaker. Dr. Frano, well, again, another comment for you, Ivan, but I will go to Dr. Frano first. How do you propose to upgrade human interaction for common people to learn the medicine, or do you prefer nutrition and old way of learning medicines like Ayurveda? Are you there with us? Can you hear us? Shall I repeat the question? You are muted. Prano, you are muted. Please unmute.
Okay, now you hear me. Yes.
Yes. Shall I repeat the question?
The question is how the people should be taught about natural and traditional medicine. Am I right?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Well, I am a medical doctor and I do follow what is called institutional medicine. My thought and my impression, my message will be everything that does not harm helps. The most important thing is that the patient trusts his or her physician, because this mutual trust will build also the efficient therapy, regardless which type of therapy we are implementing. Of course, many of conventional medicines or drugs have been developed from traditional medicine. I've heard the speech regarding vitamin D, not in the cancer prevention, but in development of immunity, in development of bone structures. Vitamin E, that is considered to be the extract for the eternal youth. So all these are definitely important factor in our nutrition. And I do agree that people should learn how to eat and what to eat. It's very important because nowadays it's strange, but more people are dying of overweight than of hunger. The easy availability of cheap, hypercaloric food has ruined this world. So traditional, healthy, sound nutrition is a key of a serene person and long and healthy life, together with all other like physical exercises, like also mental stability. We are talking very much about mental health. So all these are have to be combined together, and I'm sure that population should learn about traditional medicine to which extent this is up to us.
True. With this note, I will ask our next speaker from Nigeria. Shepherd, are you here? We'll not take any more question at the moment. We'll move to our next speaker. If you are there, please unmute yourself.
Yeah, Maran.
Yeah, you are audible, but we can't see you.
Just a bit. Yes, Anna.
No problem.
All right. Hello, everyone.
Hello. Please introduce yourself, and the stage is yours. Welcome to World Leaders Summit once again.
Thank you. So I'm Shepherd Nyambe from Namibia, and the founder and director of STGI, Shape the Grow Initiative, which is a nonprofit organization bridging the gap between innovators and investors, as well as partners. And our aim is to just bring about and close the gap between the creators, developers, and innovators that usually suffer to connect to get sponsors for their discoveries, for their elements. And then as we connect them to the people that we are likely or have the potential to sponsor their projects or their innovations. So today my speech is actually a recorded speech. I'll just try and play it. Please, sorry. All right, please tell me if it's audible.
But we can't hear the video sound. It's not audible.
Okay, let me see the settings.
When you share in Zoom, you have an option to share video plus audio both. Turn both on, stop sharing. Again, go to share and choose audio, video both. It will run perfectly.
Said video.
When you share, you will get an option called share video and audio both. Turn both the tick marks on and then run the video.
It's just Microsoft OneDrive, Google Drive, Box.
It's your share your video. When you click on share screen, you will get a pop-up window. On the window, you will get option to click on share sound. Tick that on and then run the video. It will show the sound.
All right, let me try to get that. Unfortunately, it's not having that.
No problem. You can speak without the video. No worries. You can send us the video. We can run it later on. No problem. Yeah.
Oh, all right. I think that will work.
Yeah.
So my speech in the video is definitely I was trying to connect innovation and leadership, and why we need to link the two, because it's come to a point where we know now that innovation is a very important thing, and without innovation, we are likely to suffer demise and some certain negative consequences. Like, for instance, imagine if we did have, if innovation was not that much emphasized when we were attacked by the pandemic COVID-19. So COVID-19 made life hard, but somehow we still managed to continue living because of innovation. Probably, you know, there's these platforms that we're using today as like, for instance, this Zoom meeting is a result of innovation. And young entrepreneurs thought of developing a certain app in order to allow communication to go on despite the condition of the pandemic where people cannot meet or something like that. So innovation makes life easier in a sequence that it delivers to us. It makes us have a certain way of living in a simple, by not really stressing on some simple things. And why I connected it with leadership, specifically young leadership, is the kind of leadership that we have had in the past time is more that had focused on history rather than what the future holds. So maybe if we emphasize or try to bring about young leaders in society and promote young leadership, then probably we are likely to boost innovation, because the young leaders have a different way of seeing things. They see things based on today, and because they don't know that history, so they don't really focus on history. History remains a theory for them. Yet the innovation is more focused on by young leaders. But if we keep on using history as a leadership mechanism, then we are neglecting and downgrading innovation. And that becomes a problem, because normally when innovation, like I said, is not really put into consideration, despite if you are running a business and then you're saying, okay, my business is about selling goods, so I don't need innovation, then you are likely not to sell. But someone that is considering innovation sells because they indulge in different mechanisms of marketing, they indulge in different scenarios of sales. They have different ways of recording their information to keep on track of their business runnings. And that is simply why innovation is a business. So whether it's in business, or let's talk of, or maybe in a political arena, also innovation becomes very important, because you cannot run an institution, you cannot run a country, or you cannot run an organization without innovation. It becomes very difficult. First of all, your median of instruction becomes very slow and information delays. But when you have innovation in consideration, then it becomes easier, because you have simple mechanisms, you have faster ways of distributing information and sharing that information. So simply, innovation is a basic concept of any kind of a leadership scenario. So whether you are in the leadership of a company or non-organizational leadership, when you have innovation in place, then it makes life easier for you and your clients, for you and the people that you are leading. And also, why I still emphasize on young leadership in connection with innovation is young leaders have more access to innovation because of the generational change. The generation that we have today don't like working hard, they like working smart. So it pushes them to think overboard, to think in a different direction. So which is another thing that we need in boosting innovation. So in order to boost innovation much more, we need young leaders in place. We need young leaders all on board for us to be able to think on the scenarios of today and forget about the history. Maybe consider it also in terms of avoiding the reputations, but it shouldn't really be the focus. The focus is today and the possible outcome of the actions that we make today that might affect tomorrow. And to conclude, I would say, I like saying that in the past, 4 or 5 decades ago, we had enemies as human beings, and those enemies were animals. So if we go in ancient times, in historic time, people were afraid of animals. Like because they lived on hunting. The only way of living those days was known as agriculture. So they were afraid of animals coming to attack their food and everything. But then that diverted as years went on. Men took control of animals. They developed criteria of maintaining themselves and keeping themselves safe from animals. And then men became an enemy to man. And that's what led to insecurities, fear, and the hunger of power led to man becoming an enemy to man. And that caused the world wars, the civil wars. But today, animals are taking control of us human beings. We also have a certain way of controlling ourselves. We have developed this criteria whereas we know how to react towards each other. We know how to bring about union and unity. So man is no longer an enemy to man, but today an enemy to man is invisible. And these invisible enemies to man include hunger, include drought, include climate change, and of course, all sorts of pandemics. So we are not fighting something we can see anymore. We're not fighting man, which we know to say, okay, fine, as a businessman in this certain area, I know that I have enemies in that certain area. People have found a different mechanism of networking and building about communion to fight against the distractions that come with enmity. But we have been attacked by invisible enemies, and that is what we should take note of. And yes, we cannot fight these enemies in a physical manner, but we can fight. Sorry, I just a call. And yeah, like I mentioned, these enemies, we cannot fight them physically. Like we could fight animals back in ancient. People had bows and arrows to fight those animals. They could defend themselves in that mechanism. And later on, when man was an enemy to man, we saw that during the World War, people used nuclear weapons, guns, and all those things. And that was a mechanism that they used to fight against each other. But today, you cannot use bows and arrows to kill climate change. You cannot use nuclear weapons to destroy or to bring to an end climate change. What we need is innovative mechanisms that are going to bring about a proper manner of bridging this, or rather sealing this possibility of these invisible enemies coming to us. Thus, innovation makes it easier. It makes it easier for us to find ways of combating these invisible enemies and also predicting the enemies that are likely to attack us in the next 3-4 years, because maybe in these 20 months, we are being affected by the novel coronavirus, but maybe the next enemy will not be a pandemic such as it. We might receive something different, but innovative doesn't make us just think of it like in that certain direction, but it makes us predict what is likely to happen and what we might do to prevent that thing from happening, or to even lessen the damage that it might cause. That being said, I'll just emphasize much on promotion of young leadership, which is one of the most important thing that is needed in boosting innovation. Thus, I conclude, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the beautiful share and your insights. We're sorry that we couldn't run the video, but for sure, just send us your video in the email. We'll be running it in our social media as you are a speaker. So we don't have any more question at the moment. I will.
But I cannot hear you.
Yes, of course you can share. Share your video in our email. We will share that into our social media. You can always mail us. I can run it. No problem. Once you send the mail, just let me know. You could have sent that earlier. We could have run that. That's not a problem. We are happy to help.
Pardon?
I said that we are happy to help. Send us the mail. We'll run it.
Oh, all right, for the video.
Yeah, you want us to run that now, or you want to run that later on?
I can send it. I don't know. Should I send it through the email or?
You can send it through the email. No problem on that.
All right. Let me just send it now.
Sure. Are you done?
Okay, I'm sending it through Telegram because it's saying the file is too big.
It cannot
to
happen.
send
No problem. We will run it later on. If you send it in Telegram, it will be difficult again to download and then run. We will do it later on.
Oh, all
Don't
right,
worry.
all right.
Send it through
right.
email. We will run it later on in our second half that you have spoken. Thank you so much, all the speakers, all the panelists, and all the people who are actually watching us. We have been running it for last 5 days continuously with around 138 plus speakers. I actually stopped counting when the number went beyond 138 because we had a lovely panel of doctors and scientists yesterday night, and they have spoken for at least 4 hours. And yes, we are here happy to help with our entire ecosystem, with our entire options of business acceleration, with our all investors connect, all business connect, and of course with the knowledge connect that we have with the university support. Please feel free to be active, get back to us, stay tuned, and thank you for asking all the questions in our social media, showing your love, sharing multiple shares. We saw that it has actually crossed more than 60 plus shares for each and every video that we went live. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Ivan. Thank you, Marco. Thank you, others who actually joined us and shared their beautiful insight. Please stay tuned. This is not the end. We will start again 4 p.m. Indian time till late night Indian time, approximate 2 a.m. So stay tuned with us. We'll be live soon, and keep blessing us, keep loving us. With this note, I will close this first session of World Leaders Summit. Thank you so much. Please stay in touch once again. Blessings.